Alright, well, hello everyone. Apologies if the previous VOD was like 10-15 minutes. I don't know of any way to merge videos in YouTube. If the previous VOD was not that small, then that means that Twitch combined this and the other VOD. I straight up like ended the stream for well, like 30 seconds, but still, I'm hoping that it will like turn around and split those up. But yeah, we had some fun here at the house. You know, dripping sarcasm with those words. A sea of blood. Itoka is eager to continue the hunt. Good to see you, Cassandra. For better or worse, I haven't heard about any unusual incidents in Kugane since our last altercation with the thief. There may be a reason for that. Do you remember when he claimed he was moving on to bigger and better things? For to catch him, we may have to expand the scope of our search beyond Kugane. Yet he traveled all the way from Tyrol to this eastern land for a reason. I can't imagine he'd go too far. Do you know of any other settlements nearby? Look to the Ruby Sea. People live out in those waters. They're so vast. Where would we even begin? So Bakufu has an outpost at the Ruby Price? That sounds like the perfect place to start. Let's make our way there and avail ourselves of the soldiers' intel. If anything out of the ordinary has occurred, no doubt they will be aware of it. Shall we? Indeed. Now we see how intelligent this villain is. I mean, the black mage, the maid magic DPS one was an idiot after all. So we'll see. Well, this is unexpected. What brings you to the Ruby Price? Disputes. Strange you should ask. Not even a moon ago, the waters of the Ruby Sea were poised to turn a sanguinary shade. Please tell us everything. A Confederate skip approached the Ruby Price without authorization. Its occupant began hurling insult after insult in an obvious attempt to provoke us. We did not succumb to their provocations, however. After warning the vessel we'd fire if they drew an ilm closer, they withdrew without a word. However, should they attempt to provoke us again, we will not display the same level of restraint, and the roar of our cannon shall signal their comrades to rally in full force. The waters will flow red. Of that there can be no doubt. Tensions run high. Not like this has ever occurred. I see. Thank you for the information. Might we speak privately? Based on testimony just now, I gather there's an agreement in these waters that the Confederates are not to draw near the Ruby Price, guarded as it is by Bakufu sentries. If that's the case, and as the soldier stated, I can only conclude that the vessel earlier was attempting to incite a dispute between the two factions, which fits the modus operandi of our quarry, wouldn't you say? Perhaps it was he who sailed here under the banner of the Confederates. Whatever the case may be, we have nothing but conjecture. We'll need solid evidence before we can alert the soldiers here to this threat. I doubt they'll heed our warnings otherwise. First, we need to verify if any members of the Confederacy actually approached the Ruby Price. Do you know where their base of operations can be found? Right up there. Sakazuki. Looks like it would be faster for us to swim there. What? Absolutely not. Not one of my Confederate brothers and sisters would approach the Ruby Price without authorization. Those cowardly Bakufu dogs must have concocted this baseless rumor to get a rise out of us. Not in the slightest. Soldiers of the Ruby Price said that, did they? Pardon my language, but it's a load of shite. We have no interest in Hingan waters. If anything, I've seen their skiffs encroaching on our territory of late. If you ask me, they're the ones thirsty for blood. Yep. So he's playing both sides. There you are, Cassandra. Listen to what this person had to say. The situation is more grave than we thought. I'm thankful you came, and not a moment too soon. Captain Rasho ain't been acting himself, you see. Normally where he goes, Tansui goes, but not today. Showed up just earlier by his lonesome and ordered us to gather as many heads as able. Ah? Hang on. Family just being in utter freaking pain is all. At least this time it was something worthwhile. They just wanted to know my doctor appointments, but he showed up just earlier by his lonesome and ordered us to gather as many heads as able to join him on the Isle of Becco to attend some pressing business. Normally I'd oblige the captain without a moment's hesitation. I had a feeling something weren't right. So I asked him what manner of business. I'm gonna set the Ruby Price ablaze, he says. The bloody Ruby Price. Tried speaking some sense into him, but he weren't a mind to listen. Walked off saying he has no need of craven bastards like me. Look, I don't know what's gotten into the captain, but it can't be anything good. Please, go to the Isle of Becco and stop him and me comrade before it's too late. This Rusho acting strangely can't be a coincidence. Need to get to that island, and quickly. Do you know the way? Got it. We've not a moment to waste. To the Isle of Becco. Now my family decided to sit down, have a little bit of an argument, because they're dumb. I hear voices. Seems they've gathered up ahead. And those scum think they can encroach on our territory and get away with it. I'll be damned if we let them. Tonight we lay siege to the Ruby Price and seize it for ourselves. But are you sure? If we do this, we won't just be starting a battle, we'll be starting a war. Right? Oops. Silence! Didn't ask for your bloody opinion. Those lion dogs claimed it with us, breaching the agreement. I say we give the bastards what they deserve. You're not welcome here. Be gone if you value your lives. You're a terrible actor. I saw through my disguise once again. Don't tell me you count even a pirate captain among your acquaintances. Yep. I know pretty much everybody in this area. What are you trying to accomplish? Why incite such conflict wherever you go? Why? Sorry to disappoint you. Contrary to the passage of the Unbound's prattling about freeing the world from the tyranny of government, I have no grand designs. I wish merely for everyone to show their true faces. Folk love to put on airs of sophistication and virtue. Put them towards the edge and their masks slip off to reveal the monsters underneath. They'll go for their neighbor's jugular to save their own skin. Seen it for yourselves. It's quite the spectacle. Bird. Miss. This poor Namazu. Damn it! The winds are too strong. She's sure making a lot of excuses for missing. A man of 1,000 faces is a true menace indeed. I'll return to Onokoro, forthwith to alert the captain. Rest assured the Confederacy will be keeping a close watch over the Ruby Sea. I didn't think for a moment he was an imposter, and the lies he spouted about the Bakufu soldiers were enough to make my blood boil. To think what would have happened had you not been here to stop us. Kami bless you. All he wants is to expose people's so-called true faces. That he would use the cocoon for such a petty cause. Unthinkable. Let's return to Kugane for the time being. So yeah, I kind of figured it from the second one. But each of these villains is going to have a theme of some kind, it seems like. And that theme is whatever, fits in with the Tyrol Vidrail that they're fighting. The cocoon transforms you into anything you want. And his goal is to break the, to make people, take off their masks, to stop being who they want, if you will. I am a little curious still about the mage, quest line. I feel like there's definitely something there that I'm missing. But I don't know why. What? Meow! Meow! He wants to protect all of Rodzithan, but how that fits into dropping rocks, I don't know. Damn it all, I can't believe a bastard like that. Forgive me, I find myself more disgusted with that villain each time we see him, and to think all of this is driven by small-minded spite. From what I could gauge, he didn't fly towards Kugane during his escape. I believe he seeks a new settlement to terrorize. Now that the Confederacy and I are acquainted, I'll see if they can't help me sniff out his roost. No doubt where there's smoke, he'll be there stoking the fire. And I suppose I'll use this period to tend to my bow. Next time my arrow will fly true. Okay, well, let's see, where was dancers, I wonder. This is my only, I would say, major complaint about the role quests. Is trying to remember where each one is. You know, the far east is going to be where our melee DPS is. Ilsabard is going to be where our mage is. It's the other three I don't remember. Because I'm sure one was in Kurthus and one was in Lanasia. And Gurabanya. Kurthus, Lanasia, Gurabanya. Lanasia was healer. Well, let's go to Relgar's Reach and we'll see. Hey, bandits abound. Got it. Sitolja. And that's who I need to see. Bandits abound. Though hers is not the easiest face to read, Sitolja's expression suggests she has vital information to share. Sorry, just trying to clear my nostrils here.
Cassandra, I heard something that might help us. One of the soldiers has been contending with the same bandits who stole the vessel. I'll go and find him. Give me a moment, would you? Sorry to keep you waiting.
Ha! When she told me she'd been seen in... When she told me she'd been sent an assistant, I never would have guessed it'd be the savior of Alamigo herself.
You're something of a local celebrity, I take it.
You know, just freed their lands.
I'd love to hear more about that, but for now, let's concentrate on the matter at hand.
Yes, quite. The bandits you've been chasing are behind a spate of recent incidents in Alamigo. What's more, it appears that the Schultefite is part of a larger network known as the Passage of the Unbound, which is spreading its mayhem far and wide. In particular, they've been carrying out raids on trade caravans heading here from Gridania. We've increased patrols around that route, but bastards strike so quickly that they've usually made good their escape by the time aid arrives. On the rare occasion we've caught them in the act, they use some kind of device, or magic object to deflect our arrows and send us sprawling.
That's the Steelhog vessel. It was stolen from my village, you see. I'm sorry for all the trouble it's caused. The one who took it, Shaltafite, said something about using its power to help the oppressed and destitute. What do you think he meant by that?
That sounds familiar. The reports say the thieves were shouting something along those lines during the other raids. They claim the merchants are overworking and underpaying their laborers, and therefore deserve to be targeted. I don't steal how stealing a bunch of goods helps the workers, and there's not a shred of evidence that anyone is being exploited. If you ask me, they're just in it for the money. In any case, their reasons won't matter a lot once they're behind bars. But for that, we'll have to catch them first. The most recent incident occurred near Porta Praetoria, one of the waypoints on the road to the palace. If you want to know more, you'd best hear it straight from the commander there. Anyway, I'll send word ahead to let her know you're coming. Assuming you are, that is.
Yes, of course. Much appreciated. That sounds like a promising lead. The soldiers here were good enough to explain the lie of the land around here, so I shouldn't have any trouble making the journey by myself. I'll see you there.
Porta Praetoria. Now, not to get too into it, as people know, I am trans. I am a girl named Emily in real life. My family is very transphobic and homophobic. And it seems like about once a month they come to me to cause some sort of fighting. So this one had to do with me going to them about, my dad claims he's a Christian, but he's constantly, commits adultery. And so I'm like, no, I'm sorry, you don't believe in the Bible. You're committing adultery. And of course, somehow that got turned around into, us fighting. So. Oh. By speaking a blessing over them. His blessing is what God promised to give you. Cute. I was opening my phone because I was going to actually send her a message. Which I'm doing right now, so apologies. Let me write this, and I will just be right back. That way I don't have to try to talk and type this. Alright. So I sent the text message. Whoops. Okay. So I've sent the text message that I was trying to send. It'll be terrible. Things will continue to be the way they are. I basically, I sent the text. I sent a text that said, like, look, I will respect you as long as you respect me. And I got I can't guarantee that I will promise that. So I said, then we will never know peace. So, good, you're both here. My colleague at the Reach has told me everything. I can confirm that we've heard some sightings of Schultefite and his gang in recent days. They've even taken to ambushing our patrols. Whereas most brigands would flee from armed and armored soldiers, this lot seems to take pleasure in goading us into attacking. I mean, he is invincible, so... The treasure they carry makes them invulnerable. That too. Those are basically the same thing. It can also emit a devastating blast that's only effective at short range. Schultefite wants to draw your soldiers into close quarters, because there they stand no chance. Well, that explains their uncommon boldness. Thank you. This information will go far in helping us contend with the bandits. Sorry to interrupt. Who might you be? Oh, simple peddlers, my good lady. Myself am of Gridanian stock. After learning my craft in the markets of Ul'dah, I now deliver all manner of finery to eager patrons throughout Eorzea. But enough about that. I hope you'll forgive me, but I couldn't help overhearing you mention a gang of highwaymen. You've heard similar tales from other traders passing through. It seems some stretches of road are more dangerous than others. In fact, the bandits are most often seen in a specific location not far from here. If you like, we can take you there ourselves.
Please, by all means.
Wait, Cassandra can take care of herself. But I can't allow any more civilians than necessary into an area believed to be teeming with bandits.
It seems I've no choice but to ask you to go without me. Sorry, but if those highwaymen did turn up, I wouldn't be much good at a fight. While you head off to investigate, I'll see if there's any more information to be had here.
Then it's settled. I shall leave a newfound friend in your capable hands.
What?
Oh, if you say so. I suppose we should be on our way then. If we do run into those highwaymen, you'll protect us, right? Sure. One's headed your way now. You know what to do. What? Unacceptable. As you do this without my help, or I'll find someone who can. Show some backbone for once. So he's in on it, very clearly. I don't know what he's getting out of it, but we'll find out, I'm sure. I'm almost there. Just on the other side of this gully. Actually, if it's all the same to you, we'll wait here while you go on ahead. It's already more than close enough for my liking. Yeah. You're a coward. I get it. But really, though, like, that would have been the place to put the ambush. I'm just saying. Not way out here. Whoops. 5, 3. Raven followers. What is this? I have a new ability. Delivers an attack to target and enemies nearby it with a potency of 520. Can only be executed on the effect of Last Dance Ready. Oh, good. You know what? I always have issue with the whole devilment followed by Starfall Dance thing. Because it's control and then all the way over. 9-0 would just be a lot easier. Oh hey, I didn't kill that guy in one shot. Kind of figured I'd kill the Earth Elemental in one hit. You beat them? All of them? How very fortunate. Well then, I'd best contact the boss. I'm sure he'll want to know all about this. No doubt he's still talking to your friend and the commander. I'll be glad to hear you've come to no harm. They were in on it too? I'll never guess what, boss. She trounced a lot of them. Yes, understood. I'm not quite sure why, but he said they'll be here in a jiffy. I just got I had a notification on my stream deck that I had, like, Discord messages, so I wanted to check, but I don't. So, I just had to push the reset button on the thing. It doesn't register when I look at Discord. It only, like, clears them when I push the button, so. Is it true? You beat them all single-handedly? Yeah, whatever his name is wasn't with them, so. Gods be good. Glad you're on our side. Anyway, I'll take it from here. My, very impressive. And how jolly convenient for those villains to appear exactly where we thought they would too. But above all, I'm glad no one was hurt. Well, no one important, that is. I'm relieved to see that everyone's safe. It must have taken a lot of courage to bring Cassandra here, knowing that danger could be lurking around every corner. Are you sure you're alright? If you're putting on a brave face for our benefit, there's no need, I assure you. No, we're fine. Couldn't be better. Well then, I'd say that that's enough excitement for one day. We'd best continue on our way to the Almegan Quarter. Wares to sell, deals to broker, that sort of thing. I dare say it'll be some time before any ne'er-do-wells have the gall to descend upon this neck of the, desert. And as for you, my friends, I'd advise you not to stray too far from the beaten path, if you know what's good for you. Ta-ta. So that's him. That's him. Like, absolutely, that right there was freaking Chartefault or whatever. There's nothing left for us to do here, so let's head back to Porta Praetoria. I love these role quests, man. They're so good. They're way better than the individual quests. It would be cool if, like, at the end of an expansion, they came back and did a one quest thing, like what they did in Shadowbringers. But if it's a choice between 5 role quests, or, you know, having any job quests at all, then I will take the role quests. Well, that was all very strange. One moment they're helping us apprehend criminals, and the next they're racing off to peddle their wares elsewhere. Merchants surely are a busy lot, aren't they? Not that I'm complaining, of course. With those suspects in custody, I'm sure the Resistance will be able to wring some valuable information from them. I expect all that wringing will take a while, though. Looks like we've been given an opportunity for a little rest. We've certainly earned it. Alright, let's head to Kurthus, which I'm wondering if it's actually going to be Falcon's Nest that we have to go to. Because I don't remember where this quest ended at. I don't remember where the role quest ended at here. That's our closure. I don't think it's mislaid plans. This was tank, right? Aha! There it is, Sleepless in Ishgard. Yes, of course. It would be the level 92 quest. Why would I look at anything else and assume that that was the quest? Literally, I was just looking at anything that was red and going, is that it? That's level 55. When I looked at our closure and mislaid plans, I'm like, level 80? Is that right? No, level 92, of course. Sleepless in Ishgard. Tantawa is eyeing each passing Ishgardian with curiosity. There you are, Cassandra. I've been walking Ishgard's streets whenever I've been able, and I've taken to searching for any sleeping people. You see, the land I'm from isn't much warmer than this. People know not to tempt fate by dozing off in the open air. Even those blind with drink manage to find their way home somehow. I figure the only force powerful enough to overcome that instinct is for self-preservation would be the cradle. So if we find a sleeper exposed to the elements, we may very well discover Leo Fine nearby. Can't imagine she brought it all this way just to remain idle. It's a tedious prospect, but when you discover every back alley and shadowed walkway, before anyone catches something much worse than a cold. Mistress Sevilla, Mistress Tantawa, or Tantawa. I'm just gonna say Tantawa, because that's just the way I read it. I bring good tidings. The Temple Knights wasted no time in distributing handbills across Ishgard containing Leofine's description. His efforts have already borne fruit, but recently received a report of someone matching her features being sighted. Really? Where? She was sighted near Camp Dragonhead by a patrolling sentry. He described a woman with red hair and a distinct scar on her forehead. The outpost can be reached by passing through the Gates of Judgment and heading east. Once there, speak with Sir Eugenics for the full report. I knew she'd show herself. Let's hurry, Cassandra. I do feel bad for the people of Kurthus. Just cause, like, you know, Ishgard / Kurthus being as cold as it is not natural. You know? So. I was informed you were on your way. This is concerning the report by one of our sentries, yes? He cited a woman matching the description in the handbill sent by the congregation. She's heading south along the footpath, but that is all we know. Yes, this is Eugenics. What? Hold fast, I shall send aid at once. What happened? A shipment of supplies was waylaid by monstrous beasts. A contingent of Temple Knights should have been protecting it, but something is amiss. They need our help. We should be in your debt. Shipment was attacked on the road west of the observatorium, so muster more knights. Please, go find my men before any lives are lost. Also, now that I'm back to being a Lala, I've been using the Falcon again. This is a really cute mount for Lalafels. But when I went back to, and like, that's part of why I was like all excited to get it during the treasure trove that was active a while ago. This was back in like 6.3 or 6.4, I don't remember which. Maybe even as far back as 6.2 even. But I was all excited to get it. because it was this really cute little mount. I'm looking, 'cause I think I should also have, yes, Gabriel Alpha. Yeah, let's put that there. This one was also from a Moogle event. I use this all the time on Rin. This is my main mount. And I think it's cool because, you know, it's kind of like you're piloting a mech, right? But then you jump into the air and it becomes a plane. And you just fly around like this. It's really cool. I actually really like it. I don't know, like, I don't really do maps, so I could always get rid of the dig and decipher. But, I don't know, oops, I have too many mounts that I really like. In fact, actually, I'm gonna remove this one from my favorites. But I have too many mounts that I really like. At some point, I should just start using the mount roulette. So, but like, sometimes I'll use the mount roulette and I'll be like, I don't really want this one. So, and they should be close, right? I'll search the other side of the river. Cassandra, you search further down the road. Keep your weapon at the ready. At some point, I really do need to go in and finish the hunt log. Like, at this point, I will probably just one-shot everything. So, it looks like it's Marauder, Puglist, and Archer that are the only ones still left that I need. So, oh boy! This guy just spawned in his. It's fine. I'll help him out. Even though I don't need to, I'll still help him out since he's letting me. Come help out the knight over here. But yeah, we're in the same spot on the quest, it looks like. You saved us. We're almost... Uh-oh. You won't be feasting today. Not a moment too soon. The wide eye watches eternal, and eternal is the sleep it bestows. And they're asleep. We were too late. We failed. No, they're not. No, they're not. Ah, just look. They're asleep is all. Oh. Good, good. Our trusty chocobos suddenly became unsure on their feet, and the wagon toppled onto the side of the road. There was nothing for it but to fix the damage on the spot. Tumble Knights were to secure the area, and before I knew it, each and every one of them had fallen asleep when they were, where they were standing. Then the beasts attacked. It was just me before those snarling fangs. Time to wake up. Sleep here any longer and the cold will have you. Slap, 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 slap. What happened? So then the question is, can she take on tiredness before giving it out? Like, can she take tiredness from things and give it to herself and then turn around and give that tiredness to other people? Because, like, I feel like there's only so much tiredness you can spread, you know? Sorry, just needed to clear my nose a bit. We fell asleep. Thought we were patrolling. He must be mistaken. Temple Knight would never shirk his duties, so... Are you calling me a liar? I saw you fall over on your arse with my own eyes. If not for Sir Eugenic's quick response and the bravery of these warriors, we all would be food for the vultures by now. The congregation will hear of this dereliction of duty, you can be sure. Now hold on just a moment. They aren't the ones to blame. Sacred relic of my people was stolen, and... now isn't the time. Sorry, forget I said anything. Whatever dizziness overtook the chocobo seems to have passed, so I resume my journey once the carriage is repaired. Assuming my guards are quite refreshed, I believe we can make it on our own. Please, return to Camp Dragonhead and warm yourselves. Or for that matter, can she take the tiredness of something and just directly transfer that to something else? No coincidence that the giant birds and the two gods took leave of their senses around the same time. This is the work of the cradle. But even if Leofin was here, she is no longer. Let's return to the city and consider our next steps. So are we going back to Camp Dragonhead, or are we going back to Ishgard? Ishgard. Okay. So... teleport then. I think... I don't remember if it was the last stream or not, but I made mention that they added an underwater area to one of the Realm Reborn maps. And I couldn't quite remember exactly where it was that they had placed it. But I remembered that it was in Lenasia. And so I basically went to Limsa Laminsa and started just following the circle that is, Lenasia, basically. Because, I mean, if you go to Vilbrant, you've essentially got Limsa here, and then you've got Lower Lenasia, you've got Eastern Lenasia, then up into Upper Lenasia, and then outer Lenasia. But then you can come back down to upper, to western, middle, and then back into Limsa. And, you know, if you're on this side and you have flight, you know, you could just go up here. You could consider this the circle without counting, you know, this side or lower. You know, if you don't have flight. But I think there's like a boat or something in Eastern. But I went all the way around and checked all of the different places. I don't actually think I ever got to... I don't think I ever really tried Western. I think I just kind of went around this area. So I don't know if this could also be a spot that they've added. But this area, this the big lake here, does it have a name? I guess not. It's not listed if so. But this big lake here that is between Oakwood and Camp Bronze Lake. Essentially where the Wanderer's Palace is, because it's in the middle. This has an underwater area to it. And it's really cool, I'm going to be honest. I'll show you all when we go to Lenasia. We've received the report of the incident near Camp Dragonhead. Two of our own sleeping on duty by the Fury. Had you reached them even a moment later, this day would have been much darker. Although it pains me to say it, those two should be punished as befits the magnitude of their negligence. If I may, I don't believe the blame rests entirely on their shoulders. The Cradle of Sleepless was used against them, I'm certain. Yes. So that it possessed the power to lull others into a deep sleep. I admit that would explain these exceptional circumstances. Regardless, they were still bested by their enemy. And their charge was almost killed as a result. Punishment is the only recourse. I see. A harsh stance, maybe, but I can respect that you don't treat your duty lightly. Well, if you learn anything else of Leofin's plots, please just let us know at once. Even though we didn't find her, glad we were able to save those soldiers. Thank you for coming to us. Nay, 'tis the Temple Knights who owe you thanks. We shall continue our search, and rest assured you shall be the first to know of any developments. Sandra, there's more I would tell you about the cradle. Things I should have told you sooner. Join me over there, and I'll do my best to fix that mistake. Is there more to it than just it, like, puts you to, you know, like, distributes your sleep? Also, I totally didn't realize that I was a level too low for that whole thing. Oops. I was only level 91 on Paladin. Now you've seen with your own eyes what I've only been able to describe. The Narwhal's lullaby can put even hearted warriors into a restful slumber. They may as well be defenseless as a newborn babe. But even with such power, my people have never used it to attack our enemies. Its sole purpose has always been to keep a single person awake. An eternal guardian who would never sleep, never rest. The wide eye. Me. For 10 years I've been awake, training day and night to gain the strength I have now. The strength to shield my people. Jeez. Of course, another must receive the weariness I cast aside. The shut eye. You've met her, in fact. Lozeniqua. As I've been awake these 10 years, she spent the better part of her days in a deep slumber. Her brief periods of wakefulness are spent exercising and eating so her body doesn't waste away. And so we've barely spoken, despite how much I depend on her. When we were young, we'd spend our days exploring the mountain pass. But that time is long past. Telling you all this now, I realize how very little of my life has been dedicated to my own pursuits. Those Iniqua and I both have devoted ourselves entirely to the protection of our village. I had explained your skill, so how did Leofin steal the artifact from such an accomplished warrior? Well, about that. No, I've no excuse. It was my fault it was stolen, and I'll bear that burden. The protector must take responsibility for his charges. But we don't have the luxury to dwell on regrets. I see now that, although my people never used the cradle for ill, wicked hearts can twist anything toward evil. And that's something I can't tolerate. The very thought that this might happen again makes the bile churn in my gullet. We must bring Leofin's scheme to an end. Schemes, rather. But you didn't answer the question. Thought you were going to tell us more. I mean, he did a little. I thought you were going to tell us more. So let's go to Outer Lanasia. Not Outer Lanasia, Upper Lanasia. Just because I want to show off the area here. Also, speaking of well, not speaking of something, because this is just something that popped into my head here. I have done a couple more early access Patreon pre-records. If you are interested in seeing those, you can check Patreon, because it really does help support the channel. But yeah, this is what's down here. I personally think it's really cool. You can see that technically the underwater does go all the way out here, because this is where Outer Lanasia is. It's actually kind of hilarious that there's a transition here, because that transition is literally like this amount of space. Here it's more. The like this area here is down here. So like you actually go, the transition is here, but you like journey up this much, and so you're up here when you transition. So it's a little bit more, you know, it's not direct like this is, like literally these lines are the same kind of thing. Unfortunately, you can't get into this underwater area up here. And you will see that if I push against the edge of the map, it does bring me to the edge here. And I am unable to go the rest of the way. But you can actually see, like, you know, there's the Wanderer's Palace itself. And so you can, like, see that where it goes all the way underwater and things, you know, and you can see, you know, where this turns into a river at some point, or no, it's not over here, it's over here. This is what I was thinking of, over here, this area. But yeah, unfortunately you can't go over there. It is blocked off, sadly. But still, it's voice crack. Still, it's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. It's really neat being able to go around and, you know, fly under the water there. So I mean, so I think I'm gonna fly a little bit. Partially because I don't actually remember where I need to go. Because I don't remember if it's probably Limsa itself. Now that I'm thinking about it. I was gonna say, because I don't remember where I need to actually go. But also, if you remember on the other map, there was this big, like, boom thing. That's right there. In fact, you can, and I'm sure you all already know this, but just yesterday when I was finding all that, I realized, you come here to get into the binding coil of Bahamut. What I didn't realize is you can actually see the entrance to the binding coil of Bahamut. It's right there. That's literally what this is. This is the piece of Dalamud that comes down. So, or maybe this was a different one. I don't remember. Now I'm questioning, like, was this the binding coil of Bahamut? Binding coil? Because it doesn't have, like, the entrance. I don't remember at all. And it doesn't really say. Oh yeah, yep. Situated upon Vilbrin Castrum Ocidens is more akin to a research facility than a fortress. So yes, this is where, that's the binding coil of Bahamut right there. So, it's really cool, honestly. Like, that you can actually just straight up see the binding coil of Bahamut over there. So, but yeah, I came over here because I was like, well, this would be, a logical place to have put, like, an underwater area, because of, it has all this water that you could already go into, but all of the area that you can swim around at is not deep, like, at all. It doesn't get deep until you go past the border. So, that said, like, this mountain here, I mean, I know it's a low poly mountain, but, like, is there a big divide here? Is there, like, a big divide between these? Because I don't remember there being a big mountain in Lower Lanasia. And that doesn't look like the area that would even be Lower Lanasia. So there might be, like, a big divide there on the map. Oh, yeah, there is. Because, like, there's right there. There's the same mountain. Good grief. So there is a massive area right here that currently does not exist. That is this, like, mountain here. So that's really interesting. This, like, well, I guess it's a volcano. So yeah, this, like, volcano here doesn't have a map around it. That's interesting. I've never noticed that. I've been slowly, like, paying more attention to the transitions between zones. Just because I find it kind of fascinating to try and, like, picture, like, okay, you go here, you transition to this area, how much space is in between that. And it looks like there's a lot of space in between those because of that volcano there. Because when you go from Eastern, you're going towards the when you're going to or from Eastern, you're going towards the volcano. So you must cross that entire area to get to the Eastern path. So that's real interesting. Ooh, there's a triple triad right here that I haven't beaten. I probably haven't figured out enough to beat this. Let me just write down Limsa. What is this? Upper? Limsa Upper. Near Aft Castle. I'm trying to do the I'm trying to do the triple triad. So this and this are my main decks. This is my lowest level lowest level cards, or at least they were. I might have some lower level cards than this, but this is my deck for reverse games, where lower numbers are better. And then this is the deck that I use for Ascension, because it's all primals. So all five of these are primals, and thus they all get a boost. That said, there does appear to be a limit. If I put down a 9, like if I put down Anima here, and then somebody puts down an A, if Anima has a +1, they act as the same amount. Regardless of whether or not the A has a +1. So it doesn't seem like it goes above 10, essentially. If you have a 9, you're basically getting a +1 just as a whole, because it goes up to A and that's where it stops. So, like, if I put down Heidel in here next to another A card, but then Heidelin has a +1 on her, she doesn't flip the A card that is next to her. So, and it's a little annoying, if I can be honest. Just because, you know, it's +1, you know? Like, it's +1. Like, where's my +1? Like, I have a +1. I should go from freaking A to B, you know? Should go from 10 to 11. But apparently 10 is just the highest. So, I still haven't really figured out the whole plus thing, though. So, I'm trying to remember if it's the plus that gives the... There's a rule set where if you have a card, and it's something about the numbers on the card like equaling the same as like the other card or something. They like flip each other. I can't seem to figure out how that works though. Loshkana seeks a word of advice, causing problems on purpose. Of course. I don't know why I put something in my mouth right after I accepted the quest. I knew that I had to voice something. Say, Cassandra, can you spare a moment? I'll try to start on a positive note then. The good news is that there have been no further incidents involving poison fruit. I should be happy about that, but it's not exactly conducive to tracking down our thieves. Despite my best attempts, my investigation's at a standstill. Cassandra! Bring news from the Coral Tower. A Lalafellin man matching the description of that fruit vendor was seen leaving the city with a Huron woman. Seems that they were making for Ailport. I've increased patrols of late. If I had to guess, the culprits are finding it harder to operate within the city. Seems we've forced them to withdraw for the time being. Ailport, you say? That's on this island, isn't it? Guess that's right. It's possible to go on foot, but the ferry by the Fisherman's Guild can take you straight there. While we Yellow Jackets must continue to keep an eye on things here, it's reassuring to know an adventurer of Cassandra's caliber is on the case. If you plan to pursue the suspects, Ailport's your best bet. That said, I should get back to work. It was an honor to meet you and your friend, Cassandra. Safe travels to you both. Give those crooks a good thrashing for me. To Ailport. The city's protectors place so much trust in your abilities. I'm lucky to have you on my side. When I first set sail for Eorzea, I feared I'd never see the heartstring again. But we're one step closer to bringing it home. In any event, we'd best find our way to the port town before the pair of troublemakers defiles another fruit supply. Meow! I'll go on ahead and take the ferry. Meet me in Ailport once you're ready. One of these days, if I end up having another one of those arguments, I'm going to remember to record it somehow. So, Limsa, lower, near Fisherman's Guild. I don't think we go this way, so. I really don't know what you want, kitty cat. What? You know, if you want something, it doesn't help to attack me. I'm not going to use this ferry skipper because it technically, you know, I wouldn't say faster, but cheaper. So, Loshkana, right over here. Since I'm here, There wouldn't happen to be any triple triad matches, are there? Doesn't look like it. I think I was here when I was looking for triple triad matches. Right, I think that was how I ended up going around looking for the underwater thing, too. When I went around Vilbrand and tried to find some triple triad. Something like that, anyway. Hey, Mark, Cassandra. You're a welcome sight among such unfamiliar scenery. The ferry skipper was eager to teach me all about this area on the ride here, so I believe I have a general idea of what's what. I wouldn't want to lose my bearings on a hunt this important. I asked him about our merchants, but he said he hadn't seen a pair like that. The skipper did mention another merchant, though, one who's well versed in the comings and goings of his fellow traders. If anyone sighted our unlikely duo, it's him. Let's hope it's enough to put us on the culprit's trail again. The merchant we seek should be peddling his wares by the gates to Skull Valley, so let's start there. If you haven't played FF14 enough or like done the side quests, Scribbled over here will give you a series of quests to get a dog and a cat minion. Can I help you? Well, technically a curl kitten and a wolf pup, but still. A Lullafellan and a Hure traveling together. I've spied them. I'd never seen them before. They certainly made an impression. It sold some potions and elixirs for a pair of first-face adventurers on the cheap, from what I could tell. Those merchants really are our culprits. Those potions are most likely tainted with toxins. Toxins, you say? That don't bode well. Adventurers who brought them, a marauder named Wizzlem and a conjurer named Zerrig, already left for their next job. Said they were escorting one of the local farmers over to Swiftperch. They're good lads, the two of them. Have been making life easier for the small folk here ever since they arrived. I'd hate to see something happen to them. Someone needs to warn them about those potions right quick. Leave that to us. Swiftperch is southeast of here, yes? Let's find them before the potion takes hold. Whee! Yeah, I figured that teleporting to Swiftperch wouldn't make it any faster. 'Tis normal, though. 'Tis normal. K.A. Model Mommet. I totally forgot that this is the healer quest for a sec. So I was like, boy, I'm not doing a lot of damage. And I remembered, oh right, I'm casting Holy over and over again because I am healer. The thing does not do very much in the way of damage. It does 150 to all nearby enemies. The other one only died early because I accidentally hit him with Dia. Hopefully that wasn't too bright, by the way. Thank the gods you found us when you did. Those potion sellers must have swindled us. One draught of elixir was all it took to send Zarek into the most furious fit of hiccups I've ever seen. Poor bastard couldn't catch a single spell. Who are you? Call you poor bastard. That was interesting. The heartstrings toxins that are at work here should be able to cleanse them with Yasuna, just like last time. I'm sorry, did you say... Oh, sod it. We'll have plenty of time to chat about Zarek after Zarek stops hiccuping up a storm. I hate to ask more of you, but if you could cast Yasuna on my partner, it would be much appreciated. Seriously? It wasn't registering that I was moused over, so... I can speak again. You have my thanks. Bloody hells. First we waste our hard-earned coin on poisoned potions. Now there are killer momets on the loose? What's the world coming to? Who goes there? Show yourself! Oh me, oh my, our spear-wielding friend is sharp of eye. Does she do a lot of rhyming? You're the frauds from Airport. Why, yes, and watching your scrawny compatriots suffer was the highlight of our day. I admit, poison was meant to silence him, but hiccups? It was comedy at its finest. Perhaps the elixir reacted with the venom. Regardless, we've had our fill of fun from the result, so I shan't complain. Venom? Then you must be the thieving cowards from the Passage of the Unbound. Oh, my sweet fairy apple, you know us? I suppose that means we're famous. I can't believe it. Oh, who am I kidding? Yes, I can. Indeed, I am the Passage of the Unbound's alchemist extraordinaire, the illustrious Ellerit. I'm so very, very pleased to make your acquaintance. Kokinawa at your service. Ellerit's helping hand and master of momets. Your garb is ever so familiar to me, my dear. Ah, don't tell me. You hail from that little village in Tyrol, don't you? My goodness, you've come a long way. How was the voyage? Enjoying the sights? Enough. You've got a lot of explaining to do, starting with the reason you took the heartstring. Is this part of your organization's grand scheme? Well, the apple bites back. It is true that my unbound compatriots harbor lofty ambitions, yes? But I have no interest in overthrowing nations. I merely crave the mires of chaos they've promised me. I aim to bring more laughter into this dreary world. One mischief and a few handy poisons at a time. Kokinawa and I are having oodles of fun expanding our repertoire of toxic treats. Yet there's no greater kill to our thrills than the healer who can whisk our hard work away. Unless, of course, I master a toxin even she can't cure. Ooh, I do love a challenge. Now I have to leave you, my dears, but our work here is done. We have a busy schedule ahead of us. Momets to mend, venomous misdeeds to master. Ta-ta for now. Oh, wait, damn you. Poof. Smoke bomb. Oh, that stench. Smells like a corpse just shat itself. This odor is too much to bear. Take me home to Twelveswood. Hoislum, the air is clearer there. Oh no, don't you dare give out on me, Zarek. Still got a job to do. We mustn't keep our client waiting any longer, but we're in your debt. Thank you again for everything, Miss, Loshkana. And this here is Cassandra. Take care of each other out there. Don't worry, you'll get out of this foul-smelling air in a few moments. Much as I'd like to track down the Unbound, no better than to tread further into their territory without a plan. But now I think it best we return to Limsa. Alrighty. One return spell later. You know, the entire time that I had that, right, it's my Alt Rin that returns to Limsa. Cassandra goes to Ula. Oops. I have been doing this entire quest line 2 levels below the level. I mean, I did succeed. Just saying. Thank you for your support back there, Cassandra. It truly does work wonders. And that Ellerit, can't stop thinking about what you said. My blood boils knowing that this is all some sick game to her. How dare she toy with a heartstring for her own amusement? Honestly, even the youngest children in my village have more sense. Still, we did make progress. Now the villains have revealed themselves, it'll be easier to give chase when they choose to make their next move. In any case, I'll keep you apprised of the latest news as soon as I hear it. We'll be back to the hunt before long. Whoopee! We have officially completed all of the role quests up to level 92. Which means you are now free to continue the main quest. Poor Wook Lamont had been waiting for us this whole time. Also, did I ever actually finish what I was saying? Where am I supposed to be going? Over there. Watch you, Meki Meki. I love the music here, dude. Actually, hilariously enough, that is the one big complaint I have heard about Dawntrail. It's not the story. It's not, you know, that there has been stuff in, you know, throughout the game that people have disliked. You know, like dungeons or things like that that people disliked. It's that the music in Tural, or Tulialal specifically, is not as good as the music in Old Charlayan. And I'm like, the music in Old Charlayan was freaking Heidelin's theme, you know? Like, of course it's not as good. Doesn't make it bad, just because it's not as good. Master Rupley, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but, Fontaine Jane has agreed to sign the Pot Pact, yes? While it is a shame to lose a capable goldsmith, to have one of our own hand-picked to serve the Third Promise is a great honor for Wachumeki Meki. Whoa. all of the power in the house just flickered for like half a second. Probably not even that. That was weird. I appreciate your understanding. Of course, if you happen to know other talented artisans, regardless of their expertise, I hope you send them my way. It could even be yourself if you're so inclined. I'll keep that in mind. Though my time was brief, I will not forget your kindness, Master Ropley. I am blessed to have these workshops be my first home in Gulool. Come back to us if the moblins cut you loose. You'll always have a job at watching Mecky. I wonder if we'll get access to, like the outfit of the bird people. I don't remember what they were called. I expect you'll want to leave for Earthenshire as soon as possible. I'll go and pack my things. Hello, Cassandra speaking. What became of Fontaine Jane? Were you able to find him? We did, and he's agreed to become a potsworn. We'll leave when he's ready, but you still have a little time. Splendid. We shall meet you anon. I had plenty of reasons to win the contest, but now I have one more. Fontaine Jane's putting his faith in me, and I won't let him down. And ruthenium leg piece. You may now unlock deliveries for Wachu Mecky. Ooh. Victor Ropley to pursue new endeavors. Cool. I mean, that do make sense. Commerce could not be restored. That's fine. Ropley hopes you are the artisan he's been looking for. And give me, but I couldn't help but notice the tools you're carrying on your person. And happen to be a skilled tradeswoman, would you? As I mentioned when you visited alongside the third promise, Wachu Mecky is in dire need of skilled artisans like Fontaine Jane. A number of our shops are beset with problems, large and small. You see, having the assistance of one such as you would be most welcome. Of course, a service rendered is a service paid for, and we have plenty of scrips with which we can fill your pockets. Procuring supplies from the open seas has brought no small number into my possession, and I understand the currency is also used extensively across the salt. With that said, I'd like to first introduce you to the folks you'll be working with. You needn't decide right away, of course. Take your time and consider my offer, and come speak with me again once you've made up your mind. Oh, come to take up my offer, I see. Just one last thing before you go. In the language of my people, Wachu Mecky means House of Countless Beads. I see the market as a home where folks of all kinds may come, connect, and carve out a niche for themselves. Please bear this in mind, as you may encounter things to which you're not accustomed. Ahem. Now then, off we go. Custom deliveries. Good, that's nearly everyone. I thought it best if they were aware of who you are before you show up on their doorstep offering your services. Let's go in order, shall we? Starting with Zral Saj Metalwares. I think they goofed, because it's X-Ral Saj Metalwares. But then over here it's Ral Saj. I don't think this X is supposed to be here. Starting with Ral Saj Metalwares. Ral Saj deals in all things metal, particularly when it comes to daily necessities. Oh, are these not... These aren't the custom deliveries. These are the thing that they introduced in Endwalker. where certain Disciple of the Hand classes could interact with certain people that were like, you had to deliver like that specific person something specific to your class. I think that's what this is. Functionally, she's been recently confronted with an issue that's put her very reputation at stake. She seeks a metal worker that understands the importance of punctuality. You mean not me then? Next we have Epistles by Pameka, whose eponymous owner pens official documents, transcribes letters to those who cannot do so themselves, and more. She's presently in need of one skilled in treating parchment, textiles, leather, and the like. Zralshad Juice Fruit serves some of the most unique beverages I dare say one will ever encounter. It's just a shame no one's lining up to drink them. If you have any expertise with the culinary arts or alchemy, I would love for you to assist her in revitalizing her shop. I wonder if they meant to, that they went to type Rolja, and then they accidentally started typing the one that we just saw, and then they were like, whoops, and then erased, but then didn't notice that they didn't erase all the way, and then they started typing again. So, and thus accidentally leaving the X. Fish Fancy's Donhu Hanu is a bit of an eccentric establishment. You see, Donhu Hanu deals in fish that he fancies. Unfortunately for him, his tastes are a touch too unconventional for your average customer, and he's anxious sales may not pick up. As for Shunyi's Apothecary, I regret to say that its owner was unable to spare even a moment for introductions. That said, if you fancy yourself a miner or gatherer, you'll undoubtedly find his wares of great interest. Shunyi deals in all sorts of curious flora and minerals, you see. Alas, the sole employee appears to be in poor shape, and they grow more worried about the store by the day. I believe that covers everything, more or less. It is my wish that both customers and shop owners feel mutual satisfaction with their transactions in the market. And this house of countless beads may shine more brilliantly than ever. With your help, I believe that wish will come true. I look forward to seeing what you accomplish, Cassandra. Woo! We now undertake Wachu Meki Meki deliveries. Cool. I will leave it at that for that quest line. And that said, Pameka the Scrivener. Scrivener? Something like that. That's who I need to speak with. Unfortunately, as you might notice, Weaver is the only class that I have, of the Disciples of the Hand, that I have gotten to level 90. Miner and Botanist I pushed up to 90 because I was doing that for the tribal quests. Weaver was also how I got the tribal quests, or excuse me, social society quests, as they're called now. So that's how I got what is it, Loprits and Omicrons are the Loprits are the hand, Omicrons are the land, and the Arcasadera are the whatever you want to call these, your combat classes. So, and odds are when the tribal quests come out next, I will be doing the same thing. So, Gulool needs to pay a visit to the palace. Right then, I have some things to take care of at the palace. While you can pass the time however you like, I suggest you head back to the cabins. After all, even heroes need a rest, and we still have a big journey ahead of us. Speak with Peshekwa. Everybody knows you run faster when you have knives out. Though I suppose these aren't knives, right? These are swords. If I was going to do the knife thing, I would do this. Everybody knows you run faster with knives. Oops, I think. Can you go this way? Oh, I could have gone either way, actually. Also, can I just say I love the run cycle for Lalafell. It's hilarious. Welcome back, madam. You've had a Lance Guard messenger most anxiously awaiting your return. So I have. Cassandra III promises entourage, and all over the city looking for you. The Dawn servant summons you to the palace. You must present yourself to the gate guard stationed outside Sunperch, at your earliest convenience. Ah, see, about that. I wasn't here at all. I was back in Eorzea, so you never would have found me. Sorry about that. Oh, and one more thing. You are not to mention this visit to Gulool. Okay. I mean, Gulool was headed there. So, like, I'm sure she'll end up finding out, but sure. No, I think my, response would be, knife? That's not a knife. Now that's a knife. The old, what is it, Crocodile Dundee? I'm probably just showing my age with that, but still, because that is very old. Whoops. I clicked out of FF14 to check something, because I thought that it was just straightforward, and then it was not. So is this where we get the fight scene between me and the Dawn Servant? The Dawn Servant awaits you within. While I was not informed of the reason for your audience, in terms of attire, I would suggest full battle regalia. Father first. Oh boy. This ought to be interesting. That said, if this is us fighting him, how appropriate is it that I'm gonna do it as freaking Viper? Considering that was how they introduced Viper.
Yo. 急に呼び出して悪いな。王都に戻ってると聞いたもんで、この機会を逃すわけにはいかねえと思ってよ。
Heck yeah. Let's do this. I've been waiting for this. That is a good shot right there.
わしはこれでも王位についてから今日まで戦いと名の付く者に負けたことがなくてな。部の頭だけに武王なんて呼ばれてもいる。凸国のやり使いエスティニアンはなかなかだったが、勝敗をつける前に都を離れちまった。船乗りたちの噂によれば、お前凸国じゃ高名な冒険者らしいじゃねえか。だが向こうでどれだけの戦功を上げてきたとしても、その武勇わしの元まで届くかね。
Heck yeah. Why don't we find out? As long as either of us gets too carried away, I'm not interested in fighting you. Why don't we find out? That smirk on her face.
いい面構えになったじゃねえか。上等だ。届けてみせよ。たぎってきた。なに安心しろ。殺しはせん。だが手心を加える。
Aw, heck yeah. That music.
戦いを通してお前の力を測らせてもらうぞ。
Ah. Heck yeah. Let's do this. I'm hyped.
さあ、異国の武人よ、楽しませてくれ。
Whoa, new skills. Okay. One, two.
この程度わけねえってか。
It's not loud enough. Field strike, huh? Oh, I see. Got it.
お前も蛇の戦士のようだが、この技見切れるか。
Whoops, the wrong thing. Alright, I get that. That's an easy enough mechanic to understand.
エスティニアンの言葉通りだな。ならば
Ooh, down for the count.
祝福の炎よ、無取を持って。おっと、そうだったな。
Oh, right. That head's gonna wake up before we freaking finish the fight. I bet you anything. Whoa! Wait, what is this? Oh, interesting. Okay. I mean, that was a new mark. You know? Haven't seen that one before. But I do understand it. Wait! I see this! I didn't notice initially. It's a little difficult to see some of the things he's doing, purely because I'm so small. No. Also, my focus really is very much down at the hot bar because of how Viper works. No. Whoops, wrong one. But it's fine. Doubling. Ah, frick. Hit that wrong. Okay. So there's one. Oh, frick. I see. Meow. Meow. Whoops. Whack! That's, I like that mechanic. That's really cool. I gotta say, like, when it comes to mechanics for fights, Square Enix is really good at coming up with good ones. Just gonna do a little bit of healing. Also, when it comes to music, like, frick balls. Square Enix is just like the king of music. They really are. Like, seriously. Okay. Oh boy. 1, 2, 3. Limit break. Top button repeatedly push back. Aw, but your second head hasn't awoken yet. Do we get a second fight where he's at his full strength? I hope so. Like, come on. Let that second head wake up. I want to do it. On full fight. I mean, you're lacking the other head, so you're not truly at full strength. That was so fun, dude. That was so fun.
エスティニアンが言った通り、お前はとんでもないやつだな。
I love the way you just flick your swords onto your back. That's so cool.
Yeah, 急にふっかけちまって悪かったな。強者との戦いに飢えていたと言ったが、別の理由もあってよ。
The light flickered, the power flickered for half a second
お
again.
前が大切な娘を託すにふさわしい人物か。どうしても直接見極めたくなったってのが本音でな。
I mean, I'm level 92, so...
あいつは部の頭であるわしに似たところがあってよ。熱くなりすぎて危機に陥ることもあるはずだ。だが敵を素早く打ち倒すことに長けたお前ならラマチの脅威を払い支えることもできるだろう。ここから先はトライオラの王としてじゃなくてよ、ラマチの親父として話がしたい。悪いが付き合ってくれるか。
Sure.
礼を言うぜ。早速だがな、ここで一緒に旅をしてきてラマチをどう見る？王女として依頼主としてあるいは一人の人間としてでも構わねえ。お前がラマチを見てどう思ったか聞かせてくれ。
She is young and has potential. She's not ready to rule. She's young and she has potential.
やはりわかるか。その通り、あいつはまだ王位につくには未熟だ。
This might also be a case of one of the, where MiHoYo in Genshin will have like multiple options, but your character technically just says the whole thing.
この国に生きる部族たちが持つ歴史も文化も信仰も知らん。あいつが知っているのはこの王都から見える景色だけだ。だがそれはラマチに限った話じゃない。ここまで継承の儀を進んできたならもう気づいてるだろう。
None of them are ready to rule.
継承の儀を争う4人全員が継承候補者として問題を抱えていることに。そもそも継承の儀とは王にふさわしい器を選ぶためのものじゃねえ。王としてふさわしい器へと磨くための儀式なのだ。故に継承の儀を通して成長できなければそれまで誰にも王位は譲らねえ。親 やとしちゃ我が子らがそれにふさわしい人物となってくれるよう願っちゃいるがな。
Well, I mean, at least that's good because we now know that Gulool literally has no chance. There's nothing he can do to win.
お前たちのような新しい風があいつらに変化を促してくれるんじゃねえかと期待してるんだ。特にお前は冒険者として多くの土地を歩き、そこで生きる人々や文化を知り、愛し愛されてきただろう。お前が思うやり方でいい。先達としてラマチと共に同じ道を歩き、時に導き、時に背中を押してやってほしい。
いたいた。久しぶりに波以下の飯でも食ってやろうと思ったら、お前が親父に呼び出されたって聞いてよ。さては親父、私の目を盗んでこいつと手合わせを。
No! Definitely not! No! What makes you think that?
バレちまったらしょうがねえ。
What makes you think that?
まあ、心配せずとも継承の儀に支障が出るほどコテンパンにしちゃいねえさ。お前の仲間を借りちまって悪かったな。この先も仲良くやれよ。
この旅で親父の凄さを改めて感じたところだったのに。
No, we weren't fighting.
こんな手合わせ好きのジジイはほっといて、もう行こうぜ。
I suppose
頼んだぜ、冒険者。
admitting to, fighting with each other, dueling, is better than, the alternative.
コーナが連れてきた連中も継承候補者たちの問題には花から気づいていたようだった。とすると、ここからしんどいのは残りの2組か。未熟さを認めてくれるやつをそばにつけず、さてどうなる。
No good will come from it. It's true. If he had his way, Papa would keep dueling until the day he dies. Even now, I know of only 3 peoples who didn't need to be carried away after their bouts. Zeralja, your lance-wielding friend Estinian, and yourself. You really do live up to your fearsome reputation. I'm curious though, did Papa want anything else of you? Small favor, nothing more. Nah, just a sparring partner. Well, if that's all it was. Shape of peace. Wickelmot thinks it is time to gather her allies for the road ahead. I still haven't had one bite of Namika's food thanks to Papa's nonsense, but I'm going back to finish my plate before I head out. I've otherwise asked everyone to meet at the forward cabins. Come and join us after you've had a moment to recover, eh? Sure thing. Whee! I didn't expect to land there on that other pillar. I literally, I took the jump And as I was jumping, I went, dang it, I should have pointed at that other pillar. That would have been a really cool, like, parkour. You know? Like, jump from one pillar to the other. And then I landed on the pillar. I'm like, oh my gosh. Why? Oh yes, the forward cabins. Ooh. There's a couple of... let's see, what is it again? Tuli Yolol. One near the docks. Near docks. And then I think I saw a second one somewhere. Did I not? I thought I saw two triple triads. Maybe I didn't. No? Might just be that one. Okay. It's the only one I'm seeing immediately anyway, so if there's another one, I don't know where. That said, I think there are triple triads like here in Wachun Pelo. I also need to go over to Wachun Pelo for the ether current. Though, speaking of ether currents, I went ahead and gathered the last two that were here. The first one was down here by the Dew Spun Bank. And then the other one was literally right here in this little cave, right next to the Imperius. So yeah, technically I had missed one because the idea would be from Daktumu, come down here and pick up this one. You'd go up to Many Fires, then you would come over to Marshaligaka. I mean, I guess technically you could go from here to Marshaligaka, but still. The idea being, like, there was one over by the dock, there was one over by Many Fires, and then came over here to Earthenshire, and then there was one over here. So, but yeah, I collected them all, and once I had collected all of the in-world ether currents, I noticed literally this space was all I had left to explore after that, and so I ran down there and picked that up. And so we have explored all of Kazumauka. I have the achievement. The other main reason I did that was because I was doing fates here in Kazumauka to level up to level 92. Because I had gotten to level 91 on a couple of quests. See, Kazumauka, we have them all. But I had gotten to... Here it is. I got into level 91 and was like, I wasn't this far, or I was like more than this far away. Let's see. Do I have any level 91 classes that are really close? Not really. So I was like here on the bar, like past the MP bar here. I was just in this tiny little section of the bar there on a couple of classes. I'm like, I don't really want to do like an entire dungeon just to get that. So I came down and I did some fates. Managed to get exactly enough fates, hilariously enough, to not only level up, but also get both Kazumauka and Urko Pacha. And what getting to this level of fates has allowed was I went and picked up the... what are they called? the maps that increase your mount speed. Wait your companion to continue with the rites of secession. Yes. It's everybody. Ooh, even Von Tane. Oh yeah, right, cause we're taking. I'm gonna be honest. I thought we had already taken it. I completely forgot. I know it's been 20 minutes or so, but I completely forgot. Like, I thought we had already done that, taking Fungi Tane back to become a Potsworn. Wow. I don't know. Try to keep everyone waiting. Is that it? You're all set to go? I left Eorzea prepared to travel in search of work, so I had few belongings to begin with. Bidding farewell to my fellow artisans took rather a lot of time, however. Again, I appreciate you making this commitment, Fungi Tane. So I depart for Earthenshire, then? A word before you go. Look at vous. What are you doing here? I spend my days correcting manners. Here I am perpetrating the grave offense of delaying the third promise's departure. Please, take a brax and rend my flesh into taco meat. Must your demands be so gruesome? Besides, I told you that kind of thing doesn't bother me. I love this guy. Alright then, I won't let it bother me either. I know it's coming, but every time. I know it's coming, but every time it gets me. I love this guy. What was that all about? I'd come to the city to purchase supplies when I spotted your entourage getting ready to leave. To seek the Golden City, or the City of Gold, if I'm not mistaken. And that's right. It's the final step of the rite of secession. If you know anything about the subject, I'd love to hear it. Then allow me to be of service. As you know, legends of the Golden City have been passed down in Tyrol for 1,000 years. Yet, when it comes to describing the place itself, the stories do not always agree. Some portray it as one might expect, a glimmering metropolis of golden towers. Others suggest it is more unassuming and owes the name to a fabulous treasure hidden at its heart. Every telling, however, has a common thread. Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. I mean, Gulool went and found it, so... A lesson to be learned from this third promise. To seek the legend is to count death. I must implore you to proceed with the utmost care. That is all I wish to say. I shall pray for your safe journey. Thank you, Wickevu. Also, the level 90 raids are coming out tomorrow. What are we to make of these cautionary tales? If every expedition has ended in tragedy, how then did the Dawn Servant find the city and return without incident? Seems like the legend originated with the Yakhoi. Speaking with them remains our strongest lead, I feel. A lead we shall follow in time. But first, let us see Von Tane safely into the Moblin's care. Alright. Off to Earthenshire. Are we loading Earthenshire? I think we were. Meanwhile, in Kazuma Uka. Mm-mm.
こうも簡単に壺匠に志願する者が現れるとは。領土拡大の夢を見せてくださるあなたに恩を売っておこぼれに預かろうというのでしょう。
This is where Bakuzaja is gonna come in. Remember they said something about stealing.
土地などいくらでもくれてやる。
言葉だけは気前よく聞こえるが、あの口ぶり、公正さから出たものではあるまい。本質的に領土にも富にも執着がないのだ。ならば、世界を一つに平らげた先に何を求める？
Hello, Bakuzaja.
邪魔だ。確認しとくが、壺匠を奪っちゃいけないなんて決まりはなかったよ
な。幕府じゃじゃ、どういうつもりだ。
黄金鏡にたどり着くには7つの史跡を揃えればいいだけ。つまり試練なんて真面目にやる必要はないってことさ。
それいい。一つ頭君にもそろそろ教えてやろうと思ってよ。猿王の血を引く奇跡の子だかなんだか知らねえが、 所詮は総統として生まれてこられなかった出来損ない。連王の後継者としてふさわしいのは同じ総統であるこの俺様だってことをな。さあ武器を抜きな。一つ頭の劣等種との差をその身に刻み込んでやるぜ。
お待ちくだされ、ゾラージャ様。そやつにはまだ利用価値が。殺さず痛めつける程度でどうか。
Pretty confident in his ability.
ビビって動けなくなったか。
There. Freaking Zarulja's ability. Oh! Wow! Get freaking wrecked! If Zarulja hadn't flipped his sword over, that would have been it, dude. Freaking one blow knocks him down. Yeah, they're not gonna mess with him. These others are not gonna even think about messing with him.
この継承の儀、まだまだ面白くなるぞ。
Calling it now. Zarelja is gonna end, or Zarelja, I suppose, because he's only got the one head, right? So Zarelja, he's gonna be like the main bad guy. Like, here's my prediction. He's gonna be the final boss of the last dungeon. The boss of the trial that comes after will be whatever it is that we're seeking in the Golden City. We're back. We brought with us a willing potsworn. This is Fanjin Tane, a talented goldsmith who once worked in Esthame's Aesthetics in Ul'dah.
Wonderful. Impressive. You are first to return, Third Promise.
Really? But what about Zarulzah?
And with an artisan from across the salt, no less. We welcome you and your unique skills to Earthenshire. Helphand will show you to the workpot.
This is it then. I look forward to hearing you proclaim, Dawn Servant. Thank you, Fanjin Tang. I'll be sure not to disappoint you. Rather, I think it was that he was saying, I look forward to hearing you proclaimed as Dawn Servant. Like, there wasn't a comma, you know, between proclaimed and Dawn Servant. Of course, just as I pick up something, I have to freaking goblin.
You have reached met the requirements of the feat of pots. Roderick, present your keystone with joy smiles and well-wishing.
I still think Bakul Jaja will either be a trial, maybe the level 6, the level 99 trial, maybe the level 93 trial, or he will be a boss of like level 98 trial or 96. You know, he's gonna be a boss in a dungeon like later in the game, or he will be one of the two pre-level 100 trials. And that's my prediction. This makes 3. Kawana, I don't think he's going to be a boss. My prediction is Kawana is going to realize that for all of what he's trying to do, he doesn't need to be Dawn Servant. And so he's going to, you know, move on from there, because he's going to be learning about what everybody needs, so.
More pot-sworn candidates? Come, tell Riddorak your tales.
Oh, yep. There's everybody else. How did we get here first? Like, were we just already ahead of him when that scene occurred? I wonder. Another feat accomplished, another keystone acquired.
Oh, you are doing well. I expected nothing less of Zaralzah's esteemed siblings. Your cleverness in particular is most admirable, Second Promise. We must have you apply that Charlayan knowledge you so cherish, and arm Tyrell with weapons of Magitech design. In your role as a new Dawn Servant's chief advisor, of course.
Tools of war hold no interest for me. I wish only to improve our nation through practical innovations. Foreign powers will think twice about testing our strength once Gulool is known for its advanced technology. Just as the Garlean Empire was deterred from invading Charlayan.
That might well be true, but how long will it take Gulool to progress to this advanced state? How many years?
With a collective commitment to education and hard work, it should not take so very Your way is too slow. He has like a deep voice, so easier to expand our territory and swallow Charlene whole. Conquer other nations through force of arms, and you're looking at a future of uprisings and bloodshed. Yours wouldn't be the first failed empire. Then we keep fighting until the mounting costs convince them to lay down their weapons, till all have grown tired of loss. How would such an outcome bring anyone joy? What you propose is a mockery of peace.
School. Roderick is reminded of days long ago. In time before Gulool, there were no pot packs for the pot sworn. It was normal to grab such artisans and force them to work for mobbies. Until the day Gulool arrived, the families of the Grabstach pleaded with him, and so he came to Earthenshire. Mobbies are not a war-make people. We feared death had come for us, but Gulool just wanted to talk.
Oh,
Be at ease, we are here to trade words, not blows.
hey, it's the head of reason. I mean, it was pretty obvious that, he would have this head, but still.
The gold work crafted in this village is superb. One can tell at a glance the quality of materials used, the mastery of technique employed. Yet it does not stir the heart. A goblet shaped by bound hands, and broken spirit is devoid of luster. Compare that now to the works of a joyful artisan. She pours her very soul into her creations, and they shine like the newly risen sun. Have you not seen this to be true?
I mean, that's exactly it. Like, that's the difference between, like, AI-generated content and, like, self-drawn, human-made content. There's just something about human-made content that you can just see. Something about putting your actual self into what you make. You just can't do that with AI. Like, AI can't do that.
And so began the custom of good living. Happy potsworn make good works, and good works make bobbies happy. Gulool's words were wise. Joyful smiles did indeed bring fine craft and much jiggly shine.
So the head of reason was behind the forging of pot packs.
Yes, reason and clever think changed Mobby's way of life. The first promise tires of your talk of olden days. He would rather look to the future and the next feat.
I say we capture him and force the rules to, like, step in there, talk, act, etc. on his own. We should be getting on as well. But why did I get any... Like, I've been here since the beginning. But I haven't gotten to actually, like, have any lines yet. What the heck is that about? Come on, Square Enix. Everybody wants to hear him, sexy Oriange voice. But Kuzaja never did come back, did he?
Do you have a moment, Third Promise?
Oh boy.
Rakrak would repay you for help handing with Kagi. He brings a tale of the Golden City.
I thought it was going to be but oh no, but Kuzaja, we have to help him. And then freaking, we go to help and then he betrays. Really, I'd love to hear it.
The towers, the streets, all fashioned from gold. Everywhere you look, every splendor you can imagine. The young, the old, and everyone in between. They live in golden happiness. A city of eternal bliss, forever perched above the clouds.
Everything fashioned from gold, eh? And just imagine everyone living in golden happiness. Now that's a city I'd like to visit. Excuse me, Rock, where did you hear that particular tale?
From my long-time Yakwai friends. They live up in the mountains in Urkaparka.
The giants again. Seems everything is pointing us their way. This feat and everything leading up to it has taught me much about the Moblin way of life. I'd be sad to leave Earthenshire and your joy smiles behind. And that's the point. That's the point. The right of secession's very purpose is to teach. Oh, I already see 2 ether quests. Right, we should go and see the giants next. Agreed. Golden mysteries notwithstanding, our village is featured prominently in the saga and is not to be ignored. Narcopacha Highland should be easy enough to reach from here. If we leave Earthenshire from the west, there's a road which leads up into the mountains. Let's find that first. Sure, but first, ether currents. All good pot packs must come to an end. Aww. Movamuk is searching for a strange face to Earthenshire.
You're a Cassandra, are you not? She who has been strength-lending to Wuklemat. Could Movamuk ask that you strength-lend her in return? The matter is this. Movamuk's craft hand is to retire after long years. He lip-slips that he intends to fancy craft one last masterpiece before he does so. But for this, he needs a hand help of a strange face of the village. Antfrey is his name. He is always very mucky-worded with his requests, so Movamuk is not sure what hand help he needs. But if you could exchange tongue-flapped with him, she would be very, very happy, feels.
I only have one goblin voice. And that is, talk like this. And do this voice. But then,
turn around and cover my mouth. And by doing that, I create the illusion of Goblin wearing a mask.
Divine inspiration. Ooh, I get a ring. Vendavak is in a flighty fright.
Danger straits! Danger straits! Vendavak's twinkle crafter has gone missing. Vendavak asks all around the village, and some say that he went to pay a visit to the Imperious, the giant's prey place. But prey place is a dangerous place, full of friend-munching fiends. You're a fighter, are you not? Will you swordland for Vandavak and save her dear Twinklecrafter from certain doom?
Certainly. Whoop. Actually, before we do that, looks like this quest is here in the village, so... right here in the building. I'm Fry. Yes, I'm on Fry. Do I know... Wait. Aren't you the friend of the Third Promise? The adventurer from across the water, who was asking about the pot packs. I see. Lovemuk sent you. I only said I needed the help of a stranger to Earthenshire. Trust her to pick an honest-to-goodness hero. The task I have for you is but a trifling one, but it's very near and dear to my heart. I want you to find out all you can about Movamuk. There's nothing untoward about it, I assure you. I'm interested in what she's interested in. Her hobbies, her dislikes, and likes. I may have said that backwards. What she holds dear, and so forth. But for certain reasons that I'll show you later, she can't know this. We've been working together for decades, but now, as my pact is about to end, I find that I know next to nothing about her. But perhaps others who work closely with the Moblins might. Hi, Quabbly. Movamuk and Anfry. Yes, I know the pair well. She's famously very protective of him, sometimes even rejecting his patron's orders outright. It's not that she thinks him unequal to the tasks, you understand. Quite the opposite, in fact. She knows how exactly his standards are, and how discontented he would be if his work failed to meet them. So anytime a patron's to attempt to have him lower his standards, or design something differently to how he judges best, Movamuk will always leap to his defense. As for what she enjoys, well, her delight in Anfroy's creations has not dulled at all in the years they've worked together. I should think she likes nothing more. That's so helpful. It's like, what does this person like? Anything that he makes is good. Great.
Uplander wants to know what brain tickles Movamuk? That's an easy ask. Movamuk never lip-flaps about anything other than her patsworn, Anfry. She says he is just as good at a tricksy crafter as he is a cracky tricker.
Let's try that again.
She says he is just as good a tricksy crafter as he is a crafty tricker. Always playing crafty tricks.
That's better.
One day, Anfroy draws little arrows around the village, showing Patsworn how to leave Earthenshire without Helphand's eye-catching them. Many laugh-minded Pat friends follow the arrows and leave for secret hiding place in the woods. Mobbies are afraid he feels over disappearing Patsworn. Patsworn come back all glitter teeth, but Helphands are steam ears. All except Movamuk. She goes around the village saying gift words to every mobby for Anfroy's sneaky trick. Deep heart, though, it is clear that she has nothing but happy feels to have him back.
Good. Good. So, sneaky and tricky. So, that's good.
What does Movamuk value most? Her patsworn, of course. Any mobby who says otherwise is a fib speaker. She keeps the treasure he gave her heart side at all times. Or so she once lip-slipped to Tarnatic. He hasn't a flimsy thought what this treasure might be, but whatever it is, it's sure proof of the friend bond between them.
Alrighty. I think I have one more chip. And it's probably going to lead into a quest where I actually help him do the thing, but of course I'm not going to do that because it's one ether current. I do always feel really bad about that, but what can you do? Oh, you're back. So what did you find out? Basically, she likes anything you do. She really thinks that much of me. They say that Moblin help hands love nothing more than helping their charges. That seems as true. Now, it wouldn't hurt for her to show it a little more often. But that's not the only thing you learned, and I thank you for it. You've given me exactly what I need. I suppose it's about time I told you what I need it for. The truth is... Is Cassandra still hard at hand helping? Yes, she is. So thank you for not bothering us. Do you remember that I specifically asked you to leave me be until my work was complete? Always such angry words. Muffamuck means no bother. Just needs to do daily mob duty, sharpening tools until they sparkle shine. I'm telling you that I don't need you to. Not now, anyway. I'm almost retired. All my commissions are already dealt with. Until the end day of the pot pact, Mavamuk will uphold her pact part. It is her duty as help hand. Why do you always have to be so... I'm sorry, Mavamuk. I'm going to have to put my foot down. I expressly forbid you from touching my tools until my work with Cassandra is finished. Then Mavamuk will do as Anfrey asks, though it makes her shamefaced. She will hand turn to other duties. If Anfrey needs her, he is only to hail call. I wish I didn't have to do that. I'm needing every one of those tools if I'm to achieve my aim. The aim being to make a farewell present for Mavamuk. In all the years I've been working here, she's been my guardian angel, answering my every prayer before it even makes it to my lips. Even in these recent times, when the help hands have grown too few for the number of pots worn, her service hasn't lapsed in ilm. Now that my service is coming to an end, I wanted to do something just for her. Thank her for everything she's done for me. But despite her knowing me better than I do myself, I discovered that I didn't really know anything about her at all. I tried to speak with her, to learn what really makes her tick, but she always brushed me off. Said that her only wish as a humble help hand was to see my wishes realized. That got me thinking. Perhaps she and the other Moblins might be more willing to open up to someone who wasn't bound by the Pot Pact. Someone like you. And by all the gods, the plan worked. I have an idea for her present now. All that remains is to craft it. But without Mavamuk's help, that might be a little more difficult than usual. Be willing to play help hand a little longer and make it worth your while. Yeah, so, sorry, but I'm just here for the ether current. Now that I have that, well, the truth is, bye! Like, seriously, though? Like, these ether current quests have been like that. Ever since, I think, Shadowbringers. Where they're like, hey! Let's go do this thing. Hey, go help out such and such. And then the quest is like, hey, you... Oh, right, I can't fly. Yet. I'm literally doing the ether current quest, so I can't fly. Yeah, hey, go help out this NPC and do some stuff. And I'm like, sure. And then they give you the ether current, and it's like, okay, now you've built up a relation, somewhat of a relationship with this person. You've kind of helped them out, things like that. Now continue the quest line. I'm just like, crap. You're looking for a twinkle crafter. That's me, most likely. One of the Moblins contracted artisans, specializing in jewelry making. Vendivok was concerned for my safety, you say? How kind of her to send me my own personal guard. I've ever been fascinated by the unique visual language of the Yakhoi, you see? I often visit this place to bask in its grand, imposing glory. Yet I have never once taken a step beyond this point. The beasts that lurk within are far too dangerous to risk delving any further. With you at my side, I can finally make a detailed study of the rest of the ruins. Such as what remains of them, of course. 500 years have come and gone since the giants returned to their ancestral lands, and have not been kind to the creations they left behind. Yet, some of the larger structures still remain. This impressive great gate, for one. They say the Yaktoi towered yalms above even the tallest of the Braille. I wonder if their architecture might have played some part in exaggerating those tales, and sheer sense of scale serving to inflate the giant's own. Enough speculation. Let us press on. We have much to discover. I understand that. Pillars of stone overlooking the nave. Fascinating, isn't it? A simple combination of geometric shapes naturally draws one's eye to the center, all the while maintaining a delicate balance. As the sun traversed the sky, so too would the shadow of the towers above paint patterns on the ground below. And not just any patterns. Oh no. Calculations. Every stone cut and placed with mathematical precision, divining the moments of the stars and the changing of the seasons. Triumphs of both form and function. True artistry. Oh, wait, what's that over there, by the cliff's edge? Quickly, with me. Quickly, he says, as he just slowly walks off. I would say my biggest issue with Viper is that the majority of their DPS comes from using the Dreadwinder and Pit of Dread skills. And the reason that I find that as an issue is, in battles like this, where it's, one mob out in the wild, I find that the battle doesn't last long enough to use those higher skills. But because I'm not using those higher skills, the battles take so much longer. It's just like, really though. Whoops. Thank you. And forgive me for racing ahead like that. So absorbed in examining every ilm of this place, I clean forgot the reason I never done so before. If anything is worth risking one's life for, it surely is this. Why, just look at this tower. It's a work of art. To the untrained eye, it may appear little more than a pile of stone. Look at how each brick is cut and positioned perfectly to align with its neighbor. Not a drop of mortar to hold them in place. The engravings, too, surely have some religious significance. They certainly inspire reverence in me. Yes, inspiring reverence. That's the thing. Why else would the giants build their temple upon the cliff top? If not to make daily proof of their predominance over those who dwell in the plains below, those who are beneath them in every way. One cannot help but admire them, that their creations should awe and exhilarate us even now, centuries since they've been gone. Thank you, my friend. My passion for jewelry craft had been cooling of late. Now I am positively burning with inspiration. If the Aquoi's creations can echo through the ages, and so can mine, to Earthenshire and eternity. It's a tower. I mean, I get it. This is supposed to elicit the same kind of feelings as stuff like the Aztec pyramids and stuff, right? It's like, look at the glory of this tower. How did somebody build such a thing? You know, how did, age-old people build such a thing? Whoa. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's because it's in a video game. Maybe it's because I've never seen any of that stuff up close in real life. I've only looked at pictures. And that only tells you so much. I don't know. It's just whatever to me. Big thanks for bringing the Twinkle Crafter back to us. Not only is he safe and well, but full of mind fruit too. He says that he found it in the giant's prey place. This need for mind fruit is common among the potsworn. Some try to find it in history, some in nature, some even in firewater. It is our side of the pot pack to keep them well supplied with it, a duty that is a constant source of brain pain. But oh, the ideas they come up with when they have it. Such fresh thinking. Lindabot can't wait to see what our friendly Twinkle Crafter Wangle crafts next. Wanglecraft? Wanglecraft. Like, I've always thought their speech to be weird before, but Wanglecraft? What? Oh, I'm out of chips. That last chip I had was the last chip. Wanglecraft, though. So what's gonna pull us away from continuing on? Or are we gonna continue on into the next region and then it'll complete? Because I don't remember this saying that we were getting an ether current for it. But, like, we're literally on the path. It's like the trail is going to get steep from here on in. I hope everyone is ready for some climbing. Third promise! There it is! I'm glad I caught you. Roderick asked me to bring you back to the village. Says it's something she forgot to give you. Huh? Something other than the keystone? Yeah, it's an item of great importance, or so I was told. Shouldn't take long. If you'd please follow me. I wonder what this is all about. No need for everyone to come. I'll be back in a little while. I don't trust it. I don't trust it one bit. This is taking quite a while. Just keep waiting for now, I suppose. It's funny that they're not faced the other way, because, you know, you would think they would be, because they would be watching for Wukalamat. Perhaps there were complications? Well, let us wait a little longer. I would think that my character, after the first one, would just be like, nah, let's go find out what's going on. This is getting a little ridiculous. Let's get lost on the way back to find us. But how? There's only the one road. I wouldn't underestimate Wicklamat's sense of direction, or lack thereof. Fortunately, she has a link pearl. Let's see what's keeping her, shall we? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. She's not responding. Perhaps we should all return to Earthenshire. 'Twas Redrock who had business with her, yes? Mm-hmm. I mean, I know that when you're considering the size of the world, you know, it's a video game, it can't be true to life. So you've got to consider the world as if it's bigger than it actually is. But, like, come on! We can see Earthenshire from here. We should be able to see her, too. Back again so soon? We've come looking for Wicklamat. Did you not send someone to fetch her? Redrock did not. Neither had she seen the third promise since you were last here. And who was that man who came for her? Oh, I thought you'd left already. Where is Lamatier? Is she not with you? She disappeared on us. I don't know where she is. How could you let this happen? That thou shouldst worry for thy sister is understandable. Yet rather than assign blame, thine energies are better spent on locating her. I will help you search. This is not how I'd wish a fellow claimant to lose the contest. My sister least of all. In that case, dividing our forces will allow us to cover more ground. Cassandra and I should work together at least. It's better to facilitate communication between our groups. And the rest of us will split up. Report in should you find anything. Yay, Uriander finally got a line of dialogue. I think he's had like 2 up until now. He'll be on our way as well. Right, keep in touch. Unfortunately, there hasn't been any voice dialogue from Uriander yet. Come, we shall begin our search. Knew it. We weren't set to get a freaking ether current yet. There's no way we're leaving the zone yet. Koana is anxious to begin the search for Wicklamat. If Lamatki was returning to Earthenshire from the west, then she should have passed through here. Except Roderick swears she didn't see her. In which case, 'tis entirely possible that Lamatki never made it back to the village at all. The only way to be certain is to ask the sentry station at the opposite entrance.
The third promise? Murby has been standing at his post with diligent eye-watchings. He has seen no claimants pass this way.
What of a Tonawauta with brightly colored hair?
Murby knows something of this one. He hears tongue flaps about a Palo peddler in many fires who was attacked by a crazy-haired bandit on the road.
A bandit, you say? Thank you, you've been most helpful. My sister is clearly not here, so I wish it were otherwise. We must consider the possibility that the Tonawautan messenger and the brigand described by the sentry are one and the same, and that Lamatki is in very real danger. Come, let us hurry to Many Fires, like a word with his peddler should they still be around. Are we gonna go down to the Deceiver's Mantle? And thus, this would have actually been where we would go to get the other ether current? I wonder. Is there something I could help you with? I'm told you were the victim of a bandit attack. Could you recount exactly what happened?
My goodness, I thought I recognized you. I'll tell you everything I remember, second promise. It was that scoundrel, Waukessa, who ambushed me.
You know the name of your attacker.
There's no mistaking that hair. All my peddler friends have stories of that notorious bandit leader and his predations. Waukessa and his gang will stoop to any low for the sake of a few pel. And with no fresh quarry coming up the broken stairs, they've had to become more creative.
Little wonder he went after Lamatki. He likely thinks to ransom her for a royal sum. I expect he'll soon make his demands, but I don't intend to wait. He'll find this villain first and deliver his desired payment in person. What say you to a small deception? I will assume the role of a well-to-do merchant to lure Waukessa out of hiding. Then, when he comes sniffing about, we catch the rat by the tail.
An excellent plan. I have just the right garments for your disguise. At a special discounted price, of course.
Brush with bandits hasn't dampened your mercantile spirit, I see. Very well, I shall accept your generous deal. Yep. He do look like a merchant. Now, we lay the bait. I will precede you into Many Fires to make my presence known. You follow on behind, boasting to those along the way how you paid me a hefty purse in exchange for a rare gemstone or some such. If Waukessa is as coin-hungry as they say, then a recently enriched peddler should be an irresistible mark. We let him strike, and then we spring our trap. Sounds good. Time to play our parts. Follow Quana's lead and try not to fall behind. Now follow me. Wonder how far away I have to be. There, that's the Braille fellow. Share with him how happy your imaginary deal with me has made you. If you put on an appropriate display, we can continue to our next performance. Slash happy. A rare gemstone from that head sorrow merchant, you say? I envy the profit you must have made from such a sale. The stairs were destroyed for not being able to peddle goods at my usual haunts. A good start, but I would make certain Wowkessa is aware of me. Let's continue. I also like these quests where you're, instead of, you know, them following you, you're actually following them to the locations. The moblin over there looks amenable to conversation. The stage is yours, Cassandra. Oh yeah, I forget. They added the emote thing. The head sorrow sold you a sparkle stone for your collection? Well, that explains your giant joy smiles. Mobby is happy for your happiness. Mobby is also jealous of the merchant and all the jingly shine he must have had. Must have made, rather. That should be enough, but perhaps one last act to drive it home. Wouldn't they find it a little suspicious, though? That, you know, I'm going around, like, following him, and then running around and being like, hey, that merchant you see there? See that cheerful Pelu? Tell him the tale of your precious gemstone, and we'll be done with this part of the charade. Happy! A passing peddler had the very gemstone you sought for your collection? That is a stroke of luck. I'll wager the merchant was just as pleased to fill his pockets with your grateful coin, eh? Well, I'm impressed to go and earn some pel of my own. Who knows? Maybe opportunity will find me, even as it found you. Is this Pelu working for Wowkessa? Wowkeska or whatever his name is? No, Wowkeska's just been listening in the whole time. That's what it is. Cool. Makes sense. My most valued customer. Profit from that single purchase of yours should see me through weeks of idle leisure. Traveling with such a fat purse and no sellswords is tempting fate. So I shall make Earthenshire my last stop, and then return forthwith to Gulool. Got him. Did you see? The rat has come for a nibble. Yep. You played your part to perfection, Cassandra. A woman of many talents, just as Thancred and Urianger described. Now, let us lure Wowkessa out and spring our trap. My brother's duty. Kwana wishes to execute the final stage of his plan. Let's execute the final stage of the plan. I'll set out towards Earthenshire alone and unarmed. Better to sell the act of a defenseless merchant. Assuming Wowkessa is watching, he'll likely wait for some quiet stretch of the road before accosting me. I'll be relying on you to follow closely behind, remaining hidden until the time comes to spring the trap on our bandit king. Just remember, we need him alive. I'm not entirely sure I can promise that. Nah. My character, yeah, the Warrior of Light is always pretty good about, you know, not killing people when they need to not to, so. sometimes they will just straight up kill people. Even should it seem as though I should be able to, not kill somebody in the quest line. But later down the road, your business has been good to you, Master Merchant. How about you share some of the profits? And by some, I mean every coin you have. You're that gemstone collector. Oh, I see what this is. We've been tricked. Spit in your eye. Men killed these Dawntrail. Slippery vermin. Have to interrogate his underlings instead. If you would be so kind, Cassandra, pray, leave them capable of speech. I suppose I can do that much. Interesting. That's triggered by an AoE, but it's a single target. It is, in fact, a single target attack. I just like, I beat the absolute crap out of these guys, and I just, relax the swords after. I was hoping to talk to your boss, but I suppose you three will have to do. Wait, that's the second promise. What do you want with us? Think I'm scared of a fancy title. Take your royal ears as a trophy, as I get free from these ropes. I know your gang is behind my sister's abduction. Tell me where she is. Eat pocket shit, salt lover. You'll get not answers from us. That's right, we don't serve you. Do not play games with me. Where is Wook Lamont? Oh. I see. Kawana has deep-seated aggression. I am fast losing patience. Talk now or die. The choice is yours. We're hired to nab the third promise, that's all. We don't know where they took her. We were hired, rather. Hired? By whom? We weren't told that either. Only Wowkessa knows. He's the one who took the job. Well, it seems we needed their leader after all. Once I've arranged for the Lance Guard to take custody of these criminals, I'll call on Thancred and the tracking skills. Or perhaps you could pursue Wowkessa in the meantime. The bandit was running in an easterly direction. Should you locate him, I suggest you shadow him rather than force a confrontation. He might lead us to where Lamati is being held. Easy done. So that, the quest where I followed, it's interesting because, I do realize, the idea is people can skip, can story skip, right? And so they want to ensure that for all of the tutorial, for all the things, there's a tutorial. So that anybody who just level 90 skips can jump in and they don't have to necessarily know the mechs. I get that, you know? I don't know, I just find it interesting that there's always a tutorial on this stuff, on the different mechs. Gotcha. Alright. So yeah, basically the last one was the tutorial for following someone. Should your quarry begin displaying the effect shown in the picture, you'll be discovered when he turns around. To avoid detection at these times, make use of cover such as rocks and trees. Also, I love that Ardbert is the character that they're using here in the tutorial. Objective will also end in failure if you follow too closely. Keep your quarry in sight, but avoid stepping into the detection circle. Should you fail to complete the objective, you may try again by returning to the designated location. Destination will not appear on the map while following. Can't believe I didn't see it. I knew that woman looked familiar. This child's more trouble than it's worth. Partially Gaka. What was that? You would think he would do a better job at, paying attention to his surroundings. This was meant to be easy. Yeah, so this is not this spot exactly, but this was where the ether current was. It was over here by Deceiver's Mantle. So if I hadn't grabbed it, this quest would have taken me in that direction. Which makes me wonder then if the next... if this quest is going to take me to the next area, too. Huh? Damn nerves. I do think it would be kind of neat if the rogue slash ninja had a boost because of their hide skill, whenever they use hide, it's yes, you can get closer and not be as easily detected. Said to meet him in front of the hideout. What's that damn Hubingo? Hubigo. Duty complete. I didn't actually get to the spot where I was supposed to go, though. That was interesting. Finally! My money! Give it to me now! The Hensguard may be hunting us already.
Calm yourself. We had our own troubles finding a suitable hideaway.
Right. We're finished. Take your prize and leave me out of the rest.
Such hostility. You were hurting for coin, and I offered you gainful employment out of the kindness of my heart.
Kindness? You brought a blackened tempest upon us. One look and I could tell that woman was a killer, a butcher, a salted devil in the flesh.
Oh, spare me your fearful bleeding. Go on, scamper away now before the scary mercenary comes to claim your head.
Kwana told me the news. You found the abductor then? What's the situation? It's over by Deceiver's Mantle. You think the bandits were hired by this Hubigo? Alright, new strategy. Forget Wild Kessa and stay on the Mamulza's tail. I don't want to endanger the third promise, so keep her at distance until you're certain they have her. I'll catch up to you as soon as I'm able. Oh boy. So now we have to follow this Hubigo without being detected. Follow the Hubigo from a safe distance. Yada yada yada, all the same things that you know of from before. Destination will not appear in the map while following. So that's Wild Kessa's hideout, aka the Deceiver's Mantle. But yeah, I think the ether current was literally right around here. Like, I think it was actually right here. Right up on that, like, little ridge there. Boy, this guy is not paying attention in the slightest. Oh, there we go.
I'm hearing things. Better hurry if I don't want a beating.
I always like to be, hidden in some way. I have had far too many of these, follow the person stealth quests where, like, you're trying to be, you're trying to run by sneakily. And in between areas, they just suddenly stop.
One last precaution, just in case.
Interesting. It's the boat.
悪い、待たせたな。あのマムーシャ族がウクラマト王女をさらったやつか。まだ確証はないか。 あいつが誘拐犯の一味なのか確かめるためにも気づかれずに尾行したいところだが。まずいな。船に乗られるぞ。
That's freaking Bakul's off for sure.
Kuso, 遅かった。俺一人なら川沿いからでも追跡できるが、どうする？行ってください。継承の儀で遅れを取ることになっても構わないな。ここで先を急いで王になったところで妹がいなければ意味がないんです。
That's what I wanted to hear.
了解だ。王女の居場所が分かったら知らせる。その時に備え、お前ら体を休めておけ。救出時に戦いになる可能性もあるからな。先ほどのマムージャ族ですが、見たところバクージャジャの一味のようでした。
Yeah. So we're either
盗賊たちを雇ってラマチをさらわせ、秘跡を奪おうという魂胆。
So we're either on the way to the 93 dungeon, or we're about to get into the 93 trial.
そうは言っても、ラマチの腕なら一人でも盗賊ごときに遅れを取るはずがない。不意打ちなどの卑怯な罠にかけられたということでしょう。
She was.
くそ、僕がついていれば。どうか無事でいてくれ、ラマチ。
You need to calm down. Be patient. Trust in Thancred. I thought you were the cool-headed one. Be patient. Just trust in Thancred.
分かっていますが、しかし。すみません。あなたに当たっても意味がないというのに。
Interesting.
僕はラマチのこととなるといつもこうなんです。彼女に何かあったらと思うと冷静になれない。いても立ってもいられなくなってしまう。ラマチはかけがえのない家族ですから。今となってはさまざまな暮らし方をしている同族がいますが、僕の生みの親は昔ながらの営みを続ける一団にいました。
Yeah, man. Freaking. Sorry, I was trying to grab a drink, but the container that had my drink in it would not tip. So, because the drink was at the back of the container.
ロナークと呼ばれる牛を連れ、季節ごとに草原から草原へ。
Ronique, huh?
そんな中で彼らは僕を置き去りにしたのですよ。たった一人、何も告げることなく。僕が生き延びられたのは偶然に出会ったペルペル族が面倒を見てくれたおかげ。一人で身を立てられるよう商売を教えてくれたんです。
Without word or
そ
explanation,
うして
man.
トライオラの露天商として暮らしていたら、ある時今の父上の目に留まり養子になったというわけです。それからしばらくして、ラマチが連王宮にやってきました。彼女もまた理由あって両親の元を離れてきたのです。孤独の辛さを知る僕は同じ思いを味わわせたくなかった。だから誓ったんです。ラマチの兄として彼女が幸せでいられるようにすると。 ともかくそういった事情があるので、ラマチのことは何があっても必ず助け出します。サンクレットの追跡に期待するとして、僕たちも川下りの手段を用意しなければ。あなた方の船は
Yeah, about that.
わざわざプヌティを逃がしたとなると、それが追跡の妨害になると考えていたことになりますね。やはり何らかの手を打っておく必要がありそうです。まずはあなたのお仲間と合流しましょう。連絡していただいても。
状況は分かった。こちらもホーユーの塔下へ向かうよ。そこで合流しよう。
Well, we're back in many fires. I have put rescuing Le Mathieu ahead of my own progress. I do not take that to mean I've given up on the contest. I may have, rather. I wonder how important she is to me. Yet regardless of how close we were, I would have made the same choice. After all, I'm incapable of saving my sister, while also winning the throne. If I am incapable of saving my sister while also winning the throne, and I'm not fit to inherit her father's heavy mantle. Beating the river. Juana wishes to gather your companions for the upcoming rescue mission. Goodness. Like, here I was thinking we were close to the end of this zone, but no. We need to gather our forces. Freaking no sign of an end to this zone yet. So unless this is just like a single duty, a solo duty, firstly allow me to brief everyone on our present situation. Which I don't think they really do those. They still do the single duties regularly. I'm thinking the kind of thing I was thinking of was Steps of Faith or La Habrea. Thus, at the very least, we believe this Hubigo knows where Le Mathieu has been taken. Tancred is shadowing their boat even as we speak. I should like to join him with all haste. Unfortunately, our quarry had the foresight to release our punity from its harness, leaving us without means to give pursuit. Punity? Anvil, as an expert on wildlife, what are our chances of recapturing the beast? With the right mix of feed, it can be done. I should like an extra hand to help scatter it about, however. Would you accompany him, Cassandra? Meanwhile, the rest of us should work on getting the harness repaired. It appears to have been damaged when the punity was let loose. With all the peddlers here in camp, we should have little trouble purchasing replacement materials. As for any necessary metalwork, Earthenshire's artisans are but a short walk away. Then let us divide the tasks and have at it. I mean, I suppose I'm not level 93 yet, so... But I don't know how much over-leveling they're anticipating. There's an unusually aggressive herd of wild punities downriver, so our girl will have fled in the opposite direction. Come, we'll try the waters upriver. Whee! Assuming our Puniti has come along this way, she'll be hiding in the depths of the marsh Ligaka. Need to lure her back to the shallows with a promise of food. All Punitis eat mainly aquatic grasses and plants. The tame ones are often fed vegetable scraps. Knowing this, I added leftovers to the feed I've prepared. This should help the mixture stand out against the marsh's natural scents. Ligaka is crawling with predators, however, so I'll leave it to you to scatter feed deeper in. I'll be waiting for you near the shallows with the rest of our Puniti's enticing feast. Okay. This marsh becomes important, it turns out. That's cool. Well, I'll way the heck down there. I mean, if that's the case. Don't mind if I mount a bit. I'm sure people were like, Serene, why aren't you mounting? And the idea was that I didn't think it was that far down from where I was. But it do be that way. Whoopsies! Went too far into the marsh. There. Panuti food! Scatter the Panuti feed along the water's edge. Of course, there's the predators. They are swamp monks. And here's another predator. Big old froggy doo. Oh, the rain triller. Oh no. That's a hunt mark. I am going to steer vastly far away from that froggy. Cause that is an aggressive hunt mark. Which I think means it will aggro to me. All set? Just finished laying out the last of the bait. Step back out of sight and leave the rest to me. Aw, yeah. Let's get a cool cutscene of him wrangling a friggin' Panuti. Here she is. Shh, there's nothing to be afraid of. We just need your help one last time. You're hungry, I wager. Come on, come with me. I always forget these things can friggin' float. Yes, that's a good girl. I was like, how's the Panuti getting the food all the way up here? Right. All of the water creatures can just float in some way. He'll be fine here, I think. I'll give her a few more treats and lead her over to the boat. I can let Kwana know we have our Panuti back. Alright. Well, back to Earthenshire. Why am I taking the long way? Sorry, I noticed the message in the chat. I don't know what was... Oh yeah, because it was a mistel, so it wasn't a pre-message to that. I went to the wrong teleport. Oops. Anvil has the Penuti in hand, then. Good. Expected nothing less from a certified gleaner. As for the harness, we were able to purchase all the parts we need. The Leviu twins are even in Earthenshire right now, having the Potsworn make the repairs. Told us shouldn't take long. We'll be ready to embark on our rescue mission as soon as we hear from Thancred. Ba-ba-ba. Guana is nervously awaiting the call from Thancred. Thancred must know something by now. Speak of the devil. You found her? Understood, thank you. I had but to invoke his name. Thancred followed that Hubigo's boat to its destination and confirmed that they are indeed holding my sister captive. They, of course, being Bakul Jaja and his minions. I swear I will make them regret this. Namatye is in rich leaf tunnels. The moment the harness is repaired, we strap in the Penuti and make our way back down Ihu Katumu. Ihu Katumu. Ihui? Like, if anybody knows how to pronounce any of this stuff, leave it in the comments. I honestly don't know. Thancred.
王女様はこの先だ。
Oh.
今はまだ無事だが、急いだ方がいい。
That was odd. Maybe I just didn't hear it. But I didn't hear Kwana say anything in that first line. Not a dungeon? Not a trial? Or maybe this is a trial. The level 92 trial?
試練なんてくだらねえもんを無視して筆跡を手に入れてやったぜ。
そいつを返せ。その筆跡にはフォンジャンテーンの思いがこもってんだ。お前らが手にしていいもんじゃねえ。
それは君のために壺匠になってくれたやつの中い？ならあっさり奪われちゃダメじゃないか。
卑怯な真似しやがって。それでも継承候補者か。
そんなやつにコロッと騙されてさらわれちゃったのは誰かな。威勢がいいだけで王様になれるなら苦労しないよね。
It is only level 92.
からから弟よ、あまりメス猫ちゃんをいじめるんじゃない。ほら見ろ、今にも泣き出しそうじゃねえか。
助けてにゃ
ーってな。
I just love that. I love freaking... I'm gonna be honest, I love Bakul Jaja's voice actor. Both of them. Wait.
なんだなんだ。
I mean, I suppose
さすがに頑丈ですね。
Kawana's probably not a party member, so... Because then they would be adding 2. We did have to lose Graha in order to to do these, you know. So.
あなたに言われたくはありませんね。
あのブネワの腰銀じゃねえ。連れの足止めは受け持つって話だっただろうが。
その話詳しく聞かせてもらいましょう。
おいおい、こっちには人質がいるんだぜ。
おい。
あいつ劣等種にしてはやるんだよ。
狙いがメス猫じゃない以上何もできない。
ナイス。Ow. That had to hurt.
ラマチ
That had to hurt. Freaking giant cat falling on you like that.
ああ、助かった。
He didn't even like catch her. She just went splat right on him. You know? Well, she didn't go splat, but she probably wouldn't have even gone splat. She would have just been hurt.
どうしたもんが切りやがってまとめてぶっ殺してやる。
待って兄ちゃん、目的の史跡は奪ったんだ。ここは飛行。ゾラージャにやられたところも万全じゃないし。
うせえ、こいつらを安ぎにしなきゃ俺様の気が済まね
え。こんなところでやられちゃったら兄弟たちに合わせる顔がないよ。それでもいいの？
すまねえ。その通りだ。体は他局だ。
くそ。待って、爆風車じゃ。
オカ、目標は達成しました。ラマチの安全確保を優先しつつ戻りましょ
う。Ooh. Yeah. That had to hurt. that had to hurt. I'm glad to see you unharmed, Lamati. Thanks again for coming to my rescue, Koana. And all of you, too. I still will never fully understand the... Like, here's a cutscene, but there's no voice acting. I get, you know, no voice acting for the, you know, you stop and talk to them in the wilds. But when it goes into, like, cutscene mode like this and there's no voice acting, like, I still don't, I will never get that. I totally didn't even read that line, I just realized. I shouldn't have been so careless. I underestimated him, and it cost me a keystone. Fontaine upended his life so that I could accomplish the Moblin's feat. He believed in me, believed in my cause. and I've let him down. Contest isn't over, so we take back what was stolen. They won't let Gulool get away with this. So we take back what was stolen. Meow. Yes, we'll do exactly that. And next time I see that brute, I'll knock him straight on his scaly behind and take back my keystone. Speaking of vengeance, didn't Gulool curse some useless Bunua sycophant when he caught sight of us? A reference to Cirilja, I would assume. He's devoted to our brother and is the only Buniwa I know of participating in the right of succession. If Cirilja was somehow involved in this, I will never forgive him for putting our sister in danger. He will have forfeited his right to be called brother. Yeah, he does. He has a dark side to him. Understandably, too, I mean. But Gulool should face punishment, of course. But so must the bandits who had the temerity to abduct Lamati. So request that Father send a contingent of Landsguard to enforce the law in this region. I agree that measures need to be taken to keep travelers safe. I wonder what pushed these people towards a life of banditry in the first place. If we dig deeper, we might find a way to improve things for everyone. Tis something to think about. For now, however, the right continues. I thank you all for your help. Still betting that freaking Gulool is going to be a boss of some kind. We should be moving on as well. Are you fit to travel, Wuklamat? You bet I am. Cirilja's gained a good head start. It's time we clawed back some lost ground. I really am sorry this happened. From now on, I won't let my guard down around suspicious strangers. And again, I do appreciate you all coming to save me. Freebird! Kazuma Uka! I had to. Level 93! Heck yeah. History's Keepers. Wuklamat has her sights set on the Yakhoi village. The road beckons, friends. Let's be on our way to the Yakhoi. Then it's back to where the path through the mountains begins. Do you remember the spot where you were tricked into walking off with Kessa? Just gonna rub my face in it like that, eh? I wonder if he's raising my hackles on purpose, though. You know, trying to keep my anger directed at him instead of myself. Either way, we can't be standing around here all day. We have a lot of lost time to make up for. And I know it means going all the way back to Earthenshire first, but I can fly. That's all that matters. So let's utilize our ability to fly to just take a moment, you know? Just take a moment to fly along. So Marsh Ligaka is definitely the area that was in the opening cutscene, which is neat. Ghostfire Bank. Alright. Well, there's our mountains where the Yaktoi live. So, what do I think? Well, since we're at level 93, that means trial. And dungeon. No preference. So I think we will either get a dungeon related to the Yakhoi, followed by fighting Bakulja, or we will get a dungeon that involves Bakulja, followed up by whoops. Whoops. I got a little anxious. But yeah, we'll either get Bakulja as a dungeon, followed by a trial from the Yakhoi, or we'll get a Yakhoi dungeon, followed by Bakulja as a trial. Or it could just be that they're both giant related, so. Because I don't think that we're gonna fight the Vizgaroth with whatever thing this early. My assumption is that that's gonna be a level 90. It's probably gonna be the level 99 trial. I don't think it'll be the level 100 trial though. That's gonna be something to do with the City of Gold in some way. So I couldn't leave without letting Redrock know what happened. So I stopped in Earthshire to say a few words before moving on. And now, Aaronville's nowhere to be seen. Couldn't he wait a few more moments? Humph! So much for giving him the benefit of the doubt. Come on, let's catch up. I want to give that smug gleamer a piece of my mind. I worried Rook Lamont would agonize over the loss of her keystone. It seems I had nothing to be concerned about. Onwards and upwards, then. She knows that by the end of this, she'll get it back. You know, we're not gonna complete this without facing Bakulja in some way. Like, that much is pretty clear. In what way, I'm not sure. Again, my assumption is either dungeon boss or trial. But Bakulja might be too low level, quote unquote, for a for a trial. But we'll see. As I'm sure you've noticed, the air grows thin at this elevation. Take it slow until your body adjusts. Deep breaths. Drink plenty of water. A few more steps and we'll be in Wardler's Echo. surprisingly, my thing hasn't been going off every time I say that word. It like, legitimately, I'm surprised. I figured that would go off constantly with me saying that. To the northwest, okay. I just want to kind of come up here a little bit to look. Okay. So now the question is, are we on that giant mountain that we were seeing down here? Which, by the way, again, Crisis of Corruption and a Traveler to the Rescue. Or is that giant mountain, like, in the background somewhere, you know? Because that mountain was pretty big. I can't imagine that it would just be like, you know, oop, there we go, you know. Also, just saying, Yaktoi! That are Murlocs, considering their name, Lore Murlor. Lore Murlor! Yeah, this isn't World of Warcraft, so it's definitely not Murlocs. Whew. I kept getting used to the air up here. Ah, my freaking tooth. So this is the place from the Lay of Proof, where Papa met with the Yaktoi. And that must be them. I don't think I've ever actually seen one outside of a picture. So it is for most Turali. Giants rarely visit the lowlands. Here in the mountain fastness, they tend to the solemn duty they pledge to undertake in their pact with the Dawn Servant. To watch over Tural Vidral Valley Garmanda, and maintain its prison within their temple. Really now? Are we really gonna fight Valley Garmanda this early then? Yes. Proclamat told us about the Tural Vidral. Creatures that live for far longer than normal and awaken to strange powers. Indeed, yet even among those anomalies, Valley Garmanda is unrivaled in strength, has endured for centuries, bringing catastrophe each time it emerges from its lair. As you learned in the Lay of Ice, it was Gulool Jaja who at last managed to imprison the beast, and it has lain dormant in the temple ever since. Well, that looks like a trial area up there at the top. Said the building still bears a gaping hole in its ceilings from when Valley Garmanda was lured inside by Gulool Jaja's final ploy. I'd like to see the strongest of all Tural Vidral. Wonder what it was like to fight it. Warlord's Echo was where both the Lay of Proof and the Lay of Ice took place. Does that mean there's two keystones here? Does this not suggest we'll be facing two feats this time? That's a question we can ask the Elector once we find him. Or maybe we should flush out Gulool Jaja first. Try and beat my keystone out of him. Identifying the Dawn Servant's Elector should be our priority. Let's find that thieving cheat. Let's find the Elector. I mean, we're right here. After all, suppose we do still have 4 keystones to earn. No matter what we do, the contest will pit us against him sooner or later. Exactly. Alright, let's seek out the Elector. And I suggest we pay a visit to Carriorza the Gracious, or so their temple is called. Malbins told me that High Luminary Gurfurler is to be found there. We had to ask someone for information, and he seems a wise choice. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, that's how the giants, like, actually do talk. And that's why all of their names are like, you know? Let me go. I haven't mended. Oh, I haven't, like, needed to mend. So I'm a little confused. Simply on what was I gonna say? Durability. I'm a little confused on durability. Like, does it only go down in, like, dungeons? Because, I mean, I was getting smacked around by a lot of those mobs, but my durability didn't go down. Maybe it only goes down, like, in fates and dungeons. And raids, of course. See if I can convince the guards to let us through. Duties, essentially. I am Wook Lamat, third promise of Tulia Law, and I seek your elector for the right of secession. May I speak with Gerfurler? The High Luminary is granted admittance to the claimants. You may enter. Huh, that was easier than expected. In we go then. Gods, is that? Hi, Valigamonda. Oh, snap. Well, so that's why it's called the Rite of Ice or whatever. Welcome. Hi, Lord Gerfurler? Gerfurler? Hang on. If I'm gonna do this, gotta do this right. Jeez, my phone going off. High Luminary Gerfurler. He is up. If it's not Gerfurler, then he is not here at present. I am Luminary Zermermer, rather. This is the sky ruin. Peligarmonda? It is the Terrell Vidrell, whose name has evoked terror since time immemorial. Even my people, once conquerors of all beneath the sun, were as brittle before Valigarmonda's tumultuous power. When the sky ruin descended upon Urkopaka 8 decades ago, the casualties were staggering. Had Gulool and his companions not intervened, we would have been slaughtered to the last. I just cannot. I can't go that deep.
Their titanic battle with Valigarmonda raged for 10 days and 10 nights. Oh, that pitches all the way up. Got it. As their foe fought on, tireless and relentless, our heroes were pushed beyond the limits of their endurance.
Thus did the head of reason concoct a desperate plan. Gulool Jaja tricked the Sky Ruin into losing control of its own ice magics, causing the unwitting Bedrail to encase itself in frozen ether.
And it's been like this ever since. Nice work, Papa. But what happened if the ice ever melts?
That same question looms large in our minds, for the magic sustaining this prison grow weaker with each passing year. Valley commands power of fire and lightning and ice. Some believe that the violence of the recent storm was a result of those energies slipping free.
That raging tempest from Valley Garmonda.
Setting future worries aside, you are come to attempt the feat of truth, yes? The High Luminary, chosen elector of the Dawn Servants, has left me with instructions for all aspiring claimants. You are to scour our forbidding mountains and find the waiting Gerfurler. That is to be your challenge.
Ah, so the search itself is the feat. You've already spoken with my brothers, I take it.
I have. Their expeditions are underway.
Sorry, I was double checking all those things from my phone. We better pick up the pace. So is that what the dungeon is? Aye, but we'll need a direction to search in first. Let's see what hints we can gather from the villagers. So, but like... So is Valley Garmonda actually going to be our level 93 trial? Cause I'm thinking by the time we get into Dawntrail and into Sheiluani here, this is probably going to be like, well, because here's my thoughts, right? So we finished this area at level 93. We go over here for level 94 and maybe even level 95. So that puts us at level 96, maybe even level 97 when we get into Sheiluani. And then, like, whatever's after that, the City of Gold, like, I assume that's gonna be like level 98 or 99. So like that means that at level 93 we're gonna be completing this zone, right? 93, maybe 94. And if so, then our level 93 trial would probably have to be in this zone. So... I'm having trouble, like, imagining that, the Valley Garmonda would only be a level 93 trial. God, Valley Garmonda is enormous. You know, Papa had friends with him, but it's incredible he could hold his own against that thing. So his prison never failed, though. Can't expect the old guard to come running. It'll be up to us to save the day. You go ahead and take these Night World pieces. The Feat of Proof. Alphinaud would share his strategy for information gathering. As we've just been informed, the Feat of Proof requires us to seek the High Luminary Gerfurler, somewhere upon these mountains. However, if earlier feats are any indication, we must assume the challenge precludes the Yakhoi from answering our questions in a straightforward manner. Thus, I would ask that you pay close attention while attempting to define Gerfurler's whereabouts. Though the giants may not give us a precise location, there may be clues hidden within their words. Such is my theory, anyway. Let us see what we can discover. So long, suckers! Nice. So, I think I want to end here. It being almost 12 o'clock. You know, if I hadn't been interrupted by stupid religious garbage, then, like, I just can't believe, I can't, oh hey, it's Scarix. I didn't even know you were here. So, hello Scarix. I hope you didn't, like, just get here. And, like, I'm talking about ending already. Oh, okay, you're heavy lurking. Got it. Okay. Feel a little bit better, at least. You know, that it wasn't like, oh, you just got here, right as I'm thinking of ending. I just don't understand how you can look at a deity that it is as cruel as pretty much all of the made-up gods, really. But then turn around and say, he's perfect. He's so perfectly good. Like, excuse me? He's so perfectly good that all evil he commits is good. Napoli is rubbing his hands together. I am going to do these two Ether Current quests, since they should be pretty short. Hey, I recognize you. You're Cassandra, yes? I've heard about you. Companion to the Third Promise. Most dependable individual. Name's Napoli, and I'll have you know I'm a merchant blessed by fortune, if I do say so myself. Indeed, I believe our meeting today is no chance encounter, but the hands of fate guiding us for one singular purpose, the exchange of invaluable items at an unbelievable price. If I could direct your attention over here for just a moment. Feast your eyes on these, crates of exceedingly rare and precious corrupted crystals. Beautiful, aren't they? They're extracted from remote regions of Eorzea and shine a brilliant orange hue, quite unlike your run-of-the-mill crystals, no? For you, I'm willing to offer them for the low price of 1 pal. In the millions column. It's nigh highway robbery at this valuation. Anything for a friend of the Third Promise. Sorry, I clearly misheard you. Almost sounded like you said 1 million. They're not worth even a fraction of that price. Well, for such a low price, I'd be a fool to refuse. Not worth even a fraction of that price. What do you mean? Considering how much it set me back to purchase them, the price I'm offering should be perfectly reasonable. Strange, these are precious crystals, are they not? No, not really. Just to be certain, these crystals are considered priceless treasures in Eorzea, right? No. No. Let me see if I get this right. Not only are corrupted crystals commonplace across the salt, but they're also highly volatile. And in the past, once used such crystals with an elemental converter to do battle with powerful entities you call primals. What's more, you kept them in a warded container at all times to protect against their deleterious effects. All of which to say, no practical use for such crystals has been discovered. Meaning no one with sense would ever bother to mine them. The peddler who sold the crystals to me never mentioned a word of this. He claimed they're extremely rare in Eorzea, which is why I decided to purchase them in the first place, even at the exorbitant price he offered. Naturally, I believed him, having never seen crystals of their like. Could you blame me? Because they really have no use. Have I, Napoli the Lucky, been swindled? Aww. Well, at the very least, I was able to learn about the crystal's true nature before selling them to some poor soul. Fortune hasn't abandoned me completely yet. At any rate, I'd like to verify whether these crystals truly hold no value. Would you be willing to help me look into this, Cassandra? I need someone I could trust, and that you'd be willing to share the truth with me says a lot. Don't need to answer right away. Give it some thought. If you've no interest, you're free to be on your way. If you decide to assist me, however, I'll be here waiting. But yeah, these should be pretty short, so I can finish these real quick before we hop off and, you know, I get into, like, the Yak Toy, you know, the next time we'll get into, like, the Yak Toy stuff. So, you're willing to help me then? Wonderful. You truly are a kind-hearted soul. Now, before I go and confront the merchant who sold me these crystals, I'd like to look into potential use for them in Toral. For instance, crystals are in high demand among Torali mages, who make extensive use of them in their rituals. I just so happen to know a spellcaster among the distillery's guard. I'd like you to speak with them about the corrupted crystals and gauge their interest in buying them. In the meantime, I will see about procuring a container to ward off the crystal's harmful effects. Per your explanation, preparing an elemental converter, with my skills is likely impossible. But finding the requisite materials for a warding vessel should be well within my abilities. The maid you're looking for is an individual on the Buniwa tribe. If you happen upon someone wielding a staff, chances are you found them. Buniwa! Ha! Just barely able to get enough height. That's awesome. Also, for some odd reason on this side, there's this, like, slightly lower, like, spot. That doesn't appear to be... Oh, no, it is on this side, too. Okay. I don't know why. Maybe the wall was meant to stick out here originally. Or maybe there was meant to be... Yeah, I don't know. Because I can't... Here's the weird thing. I can't jump here and land on it. I get pushed back if I'm there. If I'm all the way against the wall, and I'm holding forward, I'll land on it. But then, if I step back, I don't like immediately fall. It takes to here, it looks like. Which means that I should be able to jump straight up and land on whatever that collision is. But for some odd reason, I can't. Oh, right! This is another reason I have to stop. Maintenance! It'll be in, well, like 2 hours. But still. It'll be in like 2 hours. So I don't have to, like, right now. A flustered merchant appears desperate for help. Traveler to the rescue. Oh, thank goodness, a capable-looking traveler. Please, I need your help. Caravan was attacked by beasts. I had a bodyguard, a young Mamuja mercenary. But he could barely fend for himself, let alone me. He somehow managed to throw me over his shoulder and carry me all the way here. Might as well just keep going for 2 more hours. He somehow managed to throw me over his shoulder and carry me all the way here. No sooner did my feet touch the ground than he ran back into the jaws of death. Damned if I can figure out why. Injured as he was, I don't like his chances. Please, I beg of you, go to Chabayuka and save him. Let's talk to... This is a sword-wielding guard. I'm looking for a staff. A staff-wielding guard. Aha! Staff-bearing guard. Or rather, stave, I suppose. So... Sorry, I'm responding to a quick message. Okay. Intriguing. Intriguing. I've never heard of these corrupted crystals. As a practitioner of the arcane arts, I'll not deny they pique my curiosity. But I'm afraid I have no interest in purchasing them. They're as volatile as you say. There's little to be done with crystals whose very nature can change on a whim. Well, that one was... This one was pretty quick. I'm sure there's much more to the actual full quest line, you know. But, I have other things to do, so... Whee! So even the mage was not interested. Nevertheless, I thank you for speaking with them on my behalf. It seems you were right. These crystals really are worthless. I may be unable to make back what I've lost. There's still one thing I can do. Sandra, I wish to stop that pernicious peddler from continuing his crooked ways. Will you help me? What a relief! Allow me to offer you a small token of my thanks. If you have a moment to spare, please come see me again. We must stop him before he has a chance to swindle anyone else. Right, so... about that. Bye! I always just feel so bad. And like, don't get me wrong, I really don't have a problem with like continuing these quest lines. I could not figure out how to get out. I could not remember the way. Like I wouldn't have issue with continuing these quest lines later down the road. It's just, you know, streaming and all. And so I assume most people don't want to see me go through like every single dang side quest in the game. But, you know, I mean, it's content, true. Meow. But also, like, and I don't want to, like, sound like I'm trying to rush Dawntrail, but I kind of want to get through Dawntrail before I stream other things, because I only have so much that I can do when I'm not streaming the game, but I'm like still playing. You know, there's only so many like dungeons and like roulettes and stuff I can run. Before I start running the risk of getting over leveled. Rip. So, I can hardly believe my eyes. You found those bloodthirsty beasts with such ease. I'm gonna get ahead of myself. Thank you for saving me. As a mercenary for hire, I'm ashamed such help was even necessary. Why did you come back here? So the merchant sent you, did she? Attack on the caravan, saw her wares scattered all over. I figured the least I could do was retrieve as much as I could. Thanks to your timely rescue, I can still do just that. No need for you to stay with me, friend. Go and let her know I'm safe. Grab what I can and be along shortly. Okay, but like, would you like some help with that? No? Alright. Like, I could help. You know? You can go try and make food. Alrighty, that's fine. I'm just about to end off anyway, as soon as I turn in this quest, so you've basically got to the end, so. Oh, I'm so relieved to hear he's safe. The Mamuzha take considerable pride in their trade as mercenaries. That young man seems to have a particularly acute sense of responsibility. I've heard tell that some Mamuzha travel across the salt to make a name for themselves.
As a preliminary step to that, it seemed many young hopefuls gather experience here in Tyrol as mercenaries and bodyguards to sharpen their skills. I don't know why, but doing that voice, like, stresses muscles in my back. I don't know why. I'm curious. I'd be curious to find out why. Because, like, every time I do that voice, I feel, like, right in between my shoulder blades, like, directly under the neck. Like, that gets tighter for some reason while I'm doing the voice. So, that said, earnest as he is, the young man failed to protect my caravan. We will have to discuss some form of compensation for my losses. I'm not heartless, however. He saved my life and risked his own to reclaim my wares. There is much to consider. For now, however, treating his wounds must come first. Now, see, I like those ones where it's just like, and done. You know, it's not like, now go off and continue the quest line and do this big long quest that, sure, it's probably cool, but also, you have to stop and do this quest line. So yes. Next time we do this, probably the next stream, we'll come back, we'll pick up from Warlor's Echo here, and continue on. I am very, excited to continue this. Yeah, this mountain right here. This mountain. Like, were we up there? Or is that like... even further like it, because this looks like it's a background element and not an explorable space. But when we were up in Warlor's Echo, I didn't see it anywhere. I'm curious. I'm going to go back here now that it's day and I can see a little bit more. And see if I can see it as a background element somewhere. Oh, yeah. There it is. It still looks just as far away as it was before. That is 100% a background element. So, I'm pointed right at it. It's down here. That is 100% a background element. I just didn't see it because it was night, is all. So, yeah, it's outside of the zone. Which I'm not too surprised. Because if this was actually an explorable space, like, that's super high up, dude. That is so high up. I wouldn't be surprised if the dungeon is here, or even if our level 93 trial, which, at this point, I guess I'm just going to assume is Valley Garmanda. I wouldn't be surprised if it takes place, like, up here, or on here, or in here. But I don't think it'll ever be explorable, so... but with that, I hope you all enjoyed. If you are watching on YouTube and you have enjoyed, feel free to subscribe. Check the playlist, which I only recently realized I wasn't putting the playlist in. In fact, I haven't even put these into a playlist as of the time of the stream. So I need to fix that. So yeah, I need to fix that so I can start adding in cards and things. But yeah, so yeah, if there are end cards now, check out the stream, check out Patreon, check out Discord, check out whatever video YouTube is suggesting to you. And with that, I'll see you all next time. See you later.